Okay, welcome everyone to the Murray City Municipal Council Committee of the Whole meeting, February 18th, 2025. First piece of business we'll take care of is the approval of minutes. Were there any changes or concerns? If you read the minutes,
We're supposed to read those?
well, whatever.
No concern.
I motion to approve the minutes for January 21st, 2025.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. All in favor to approve the minutes for January 21st, 2025. Can we all say aye?
Aye.
Or, oh, we can say aye.
I did.
I thought it was opposed. I'm sorry. Okay, our first agenda item is a discussion item with Murray Senior Recreation Center report with Hal Luke. Presenting 10 minutes, Hal. Come on up.
Hey, Hal.
What's going today?
Good, how are you? And your better half.
That's right.
So that makes a great color.
Yeah, you want. Yeah, the little one in the center. Yep, there you go.
Okay, it's a double thingy.
Oh, he's techy.
Yeah,
You know how to put it in, Scott.
it's okay.
It hasn't worked yet. so.
Hasn't worked yet.
There we go, there we go.
Oh, I didn't. You heard this.
Don't start with the IT.
So you ready?
The plan.
Well, good afternoon. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to come and tell you about some of the life at the Murray Senior Active Aging Center, also known as the Murray Senior Recreation Center. We thank you for your support for the center, being an asset to the city. Last October and November were quite busy, and you kept canceling meetings on me, so I got a little bit of catch up here. So, the annual event for honoring the veterans was held at the center last November 4th. The center has provided this honor for about 15 years. We started the event about 11:15 with the color guard presenting the colors and leading in the Pledge of Allegiance. Marlene Tillman then sang the national anthem. The veterans and guests would then enjoy the lunch prepared by Chef Omar.
She's police.
Yeah,
She works for the police department.
yep,
Or did she retire?
yeah, as far as I understand, she's still there, yeah. But we swiped her for the day. And then Maureen and Andres played some patriarchal music while we all ate our dinners. It's kind of real amazing to me that somebody would have a uniform from their military way back when, and it's more important, really more amazing that it fit him.
You could still wear it.
That's a 95-year-old vet right there.
It's awesome.
95? Wow.
He lives over in Southwood Park there in South Lawn.
Following the lunch, Corey awarded some various prizes, little knickknacks and stuff to people who had done certain things. For example, he picked on the World War II veterans and others as he kind of made these arrangements. Everybody was given an opportunity to have a scarf, as you can see, the yellow, red, or the
How about the red, white, and blue?
There we go, and there's no yellow in it. Okay.
Well,
So they were awarded a scarf. Then the veterans were presented with a thank you certificate from the Senior Helpers Organization. There were 31 veterans at the luncheon. 5 of these attendings were in their 90s. And then the oldest was Larry Lindbergh at 97. There.
Yeah, I see that one.
What?
You see that first person there?
Yeah, the first person, yeah.
Oh, wow.
The Senior Helpers Organization was at the event. They provide services to help all seniors, services like personal care, companionship, around-the-house tasks, errands, professional oversight, and helping them to get to advance. It's a great help for the community the people on the other side here are the Senior Care Associates. What they do is work with these veterans to help them qualify or get through the federal aid and attendance pension program. And if they get approved for that, then that helps pay for their senior care. So that's why those two organizations were invited to this event here.
The annual Thanksgiving meal was held at the center last November the 20th. The center has provided this meal for over 13 years. The 25 tables were all set up and decorated the night before. April at the center is the decoration expert. Omar and his staff started cooking early, and they provided turkey slices, mashed potatoes and gravy, green beans, cranberry sauce, a roll, choice of pumpkin, cherry, or apple pie. The doors were open at 11, and it was all prepared seating in a particular table, so most were seated about 11:15. Corey then called out table numbers for those at the table to get in line to get their food. There was a wait time between the tables, so the line did not get very long. The Riverton Jazz Band provided music during the dining. They are terrific, by the way. They really, really are. We are privileged to have Mayor Hales and some of his staff dine with us. You want me to keep going? I don't know my part today.
On Friday, December 20th, the center had its annual holiday meal. Again, the decorations were put on by April with her fascinating touch. The hungry crowd was let in about 11 o'clock. They were first provided with appetizers, either being the hummus, bread, and peppers, or not listed here, shown here, the spinach artichoke dip with carrots and stuff. As usual, Corey was the guy who controlled the crowd getting into the line. In case you haven't been over there, you know that the serving area is kind of small, and so Omar doesn't want a whole lot of people lined up in the back, so we kind of organized people. While the people were having their first part of the meal, the Tony Summerhays, Mr. White Man Band, provided the entertainment. And as usual, Corey let the line go through. The meal was a ham slices, baked beans, scalloped potatoes, and roll and cheesecake. Okay, and Mayor Hales and some of his staff participated with us old folks. We thank the mayor for thanking the diners and telling us that we were so great, awesome. At least that's what I heard.
Yes.
Those pictures.
After the remainder of the meal, we had we're honored to have entertainment by the Suzuki Violinists and Madrigals, a group of talented youth there, playing violins and playing horns and just having a real good group. At the end of the dinner, Corey drew the winning ticket for the quilt that was being offered, and it was a Murray resident, Ben Rice Webb, that won it. He's a quilter, and so he really appreciated the quilt. And we also had an elf kind of visit us at this event. So again, we thank you for your support of the center. It's a good place to have these meals and to enjoy this time together. So we thank you for allowing us to update you on this event, and hope that you continue to serve us well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Is that under 10 minutes?
Good job.
Yes.
9 minutes.
9.
That means the wastewater people will have 61 minutes. Discussion on the Water Master Plan, IFFP, IFA, and Water Rate Study Review. Aaron Frisk, Andrew McKinnon, and Susie Becker, correct?
Susan Becker.
Yeah. There's a rolly chair back there. She wants that.
The display one? Yeah, there you go.
Aaron, you look like a cookie Scott. Your glasses, your coat.
It's like a science teacher.
How are you?
Might have to unplug.
Yeah, water
Okay,
conservation
I was like, I
plan.
remember.
Yeah,
It's like I recognized you.
You'll probably want to unplug that one though.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
So this one is the video.
Yep, there you go.
Is it automatic dispatch?
Mine. There you go.
Alright. Well, I wish I could say ours will be 9 minutes. But we'll try to go quickly where, there's the most interest, and we'll linger on if there's any questions on any particular slides. Let's talk about overall distribution. This is the city's distribution map. They're not actually showing the springs, which is kind of up toward the east side of our system. But I think it's probably important to talk about that because you get a lot of water from your springs. In fact, your springs make up the majority of your water especially in the winter. Obviously in the summer, you need all your wells to be operating to meet the peak summer irrigation demand. But if there's any questions on how your water system works, be happy to go through that. Generally it goes from east to west. You're gonna have higher water flows from the springs up top of the hill and then comes down. You get higher pressures as you go down the hill, and the biggest pressure zone is basically State Street's kind of cut off and Vine Street's kind of cut off to the north and to the west.
Let me ask you a question. How common is it to have wells and springs as many as we do with other cities?
Very, very common. I think it depends on the city. I would just in the area, Salt Lake City uses a lot of surface water from Metro, National Water, Salt Lake City. They have quite a few wells, but they have some contamination issues. Some of their wells, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that word, but some of their wells they don't use because of just water quality concerns. And then Sandy City, they have historically not been using their wells, but they have a lot of wells and they want to use them more. They have quite a large amount of wells. West Jordan, South Jordan area, they have a lot of wells, but a lot of those wells have to be treated. So a lot of the wells are delivered to a treatment facility by Jordan Valley Water Consumer District, treated there, and then sent out to the rest of the system. But that's primarily because the only reason you need to treat them is because of Kennecott tailing issues, historic contamination stuff. So, but yeah, very common. So, just a little bit. This slide's just a little bit of summary of peak demands under existing conditions, both 2023 and 2065. So you can see there's residential population about 50% growth, little more than 50% growth coming by 2065. So a lot of increase in demand, and you wouldn't think that just from Murray City's current population that there's that much growth, but a lot of redevelopment's going to be happening. A lot of higher density stuff is being planned. Let's see, it springs and 19 wells. Yeah. The historic water use information is just this is what you've used. Back in 2013, you're at 9,700 acre feet of use. The 10-year average is about 96. You can see it actually 2022, 2021, you're actually significantly less water use for those 2 years. But that's primarily because of drought mitigation efforts. A lot of people were really cutting down 2021, 2022, but you can see 2020 was 10,507. That was the last sort of normal year of use, and it was a dry and warm year, relatively speaking. So that's why it was kind of a high demand year.
2023, we had 8,800 acre feet of usage, so.
8,800. So you can see 2023 was getting back to normal a little bit, but you haven't really come back to 2020 usage. And just for planning purposes, we are using 2020 as kind of a sort of a planning baseline. And that's just to be conservative. We want to sort of plan around having a worst case scenario, but as you can see from 2023 data, that it's we're being conservative in our planning to make sure that we have enough water for a worst case year where it's dry and warm and everybody's using water like normal. So projections of growth for the future, we're showing limited outdoor growth. So if you look at the outdoor water band, that's the green band. Is that right? So there's two bands of color. There's an indoor water band and a sort of an outdoor water band.
What's an outdoor water band? I'm sorry.
So the green color up there?
Yeah, what's that?
It's irrigation.
Irrigation.
Irrigation, so
Yeah.
that's canal water.
No,
No,
so
it's
that's everybody watering their lawns during the summertime.
How do you separate those?
usually what we do is we take a look at your winter water usage. So you're not irrigating in the winter, right? So we'll take that basically demand and basically assume that it's basically constant over the year.
Okay.
And then you can just basically subtract the total from that indoor usage to get the outdoor usage.
Okay.
It's not quite as simple as that, but that's the gist. You're just subtracting indoor from total to get that outdoor. So outdoor demands are not, even though your population's going up by over 50%, we don't anticipate your outdoor water usage to go up that much because while most of the city is kind of developed, there's a little bit of infill, but we don't anticipate much outdoor irrigation growth. We would actually expect a lot of the outdoor irrigation to go down somewhat, especially as people start conserving more and more. But we've tried to limit how much it goes down from a planning perspective because we don't want to plan in significant savings in outdoor irrigation that may not come to pass. But you can see the indoor water use is going up significantly, and it's close to more than 50% on the indoor water usage. So you can see it sort of correlates to your population growth. This is the list of all of your wells in the system. So you have a lot of different wells, different ages, but they're all in good condition, and the city's been doing well mitigation efforts and doing studies to try to maintain the well capacity. Water distribution system, the general goal of the system is to maintain, the two goals is maintain fire flow during peak day demand, maintain adequate pressure during peak hour of demand, and then just make sure your pipes and your pumps are all in working condition. And that's kind of the level of service we're targeting, is just trying to make sure that you have enough fire flow, enough pressure for just your peak hour demands in the summer. If that makes sense. And the city's pressure criteria is about 50 psi, even though the state's criteria is only 30 psi. But if you get 30 psi, you're going to get a lot of complaints. Most people's internal PRVs are set to around 45 psi. So if it drops below 45 psi, people start noticing their pressure's low. So, water system improvements have been broken out into several different categories. 4-inch pipe size. Usually the older pipes, they're not going to meet fire flow requirements, generally speaking. Condition, so pipe breaks that are causing the issues in various areas, and that's also often related to water age. Dead ends, you're not going to be able to meet fire flow in most cases. And then you have fire flow specific problems where there may be just not enough looping, often related to dead ends. And then operational are more like issues with, like for example, there's a project planned on State Street in Winchester that's a PRV replacement. Operationally, the PRV is not working well for the city. It's in the middle of the road. PRV is hard to maintain, and so we're moving it out of the road. And projects like that, any kind of booster pumps, or sort of power redundancy things are going to be operational type projects.
What was the address? State Street and what?
State Street, Winchester.
Oh, Winchester,
Yeah.
okay.
It's just the east of the state.
Right in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Right in the middle. Yeah, it's possible
Great
to.
plan. Yeah.
And then steel pipe is a concern from a corrosion perspective, just because it is a little more susceptible to corrosion. You don't have a lot of hot soils in Murray City that you're going to eat your pipes really quickly, but just age can kind of cause a problem.
Yeah, the only places we find that is down the river bottoms, hot clay down there.
West side. Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah.
We're the problem.
So this map is just like where the projects are, and then this table is sort of a breakdown of what's the primary reason for the project, the size of the project, and then you get to the cost estimates for the projects. And so there's a second to last column is sort of a net unit price on projects. And you can see almost anywhere where you hit State Street or UDOT Road, the unit costs go up significantly. And then in residential roads are generally going to be less. And then obviously pipe sizes, as you get bigger in pipe size, you get more expensive in them.
Why the difference in costs, sorry?
UDOT roads generally are going to only be able to work for 6 hours, and so that increases the cost to construct everything. The asphalt, replacement's expensive, more expensive, because you often have to use flow fill in the road section, depending on where you're at.
They require a larger size cut too. So it's like a T-patch, so they require like a 3 foot on each side of the trench T-patch. So a lot
Perpendicular,
more asphalt.
yeah, perpendicular crossings aren't permitted except by drill. So that alone can add a lot of cost to a project.
So they only work 6 hours. How many hours do you run?
8 to 10.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay, just,
They only let you
Wanna
on the
throw it
road
out there.
between 9 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Unless
for-
it's
for
one of their
traffic reasons.
projects,
Yeah.
then you can work.
just wanted that out there.
Or we work nights, or, you know, to get the
Nights.
project done,
Yeah,
so.
we've done plenty of those projects.
Yes,
Yeah, so that all adds cost to a project that makes it more expensive per foot relatively speaking. Just a little more projects like that, and then just talking about some of the operational improvements that we talked about. Hydrant coverage is important to make sure we have enough hydrants. Emergency power, I think there's a plan to put emergency power at the Whitmore and the Highland wells. This may go away, but Aaron was proactive in modeling fluoride distribution throughout the Murray water system to make sure we're getting the correct amount of fluoride concentration everywhere in the city. But that could go away based on the latest legislature and stuff, so we'll see what happens.
I thought they already voted, did they
The
not?
House voted, it's in
Yeah.
the Senate now.
Yeah. It's gonna pass.
Yeah,
I didn't read that part, sorry, because it's like, it's gonna pass. So,
well, it's good work for him. Dennis should be for it too, right? More business, right? So, there's a corrosion study that's gonna look at if there's ways to protect your pipe for longer term, so you don't have to replace the pipes as soon. What ways to do that? Water meter replacement's gonna help with just helping people conserve and also just making sure you're measuring your water correctly in the right places. And then storage facilities, eventually you will have to replace your existing storage facilities, so trying to figure out the best way to do that's important for the long run. Other improvements include improvements for the wells, new well at the Captiva property. I didn't know that was the name, but that's the
Yeah.
little park.
Just to the north of Reservoir 4. No,
Okay.
the well that we're
Gotcha.
talking about is Winchester and 12 West.
Gotcha. Yeah.
and that's the property that the city
City.
just bought,
Mm-hmm.
and that's in my district,
Yes.
okay?
Be a nice park.
And can you explain why you want to put it there? So if any of my residents are hearing this, they will understand why it's gonna go in
So
that
at
area.
the southwest corner of our water system, which where this well will be located, that's where we're seeing the most pressure drops during peak day and peak hour demand.
Because
so-
the water's not getting to them,
Not getting there.
got it.
So
We
if you,
need redundancy in that
Mhm.
corner of the system.
if you think about your city topography, you're going from high up on the east side, coming down, and then start going back up on the west side.
Yep,
It's that going back up part that
Yep.
makes it a really challenge to meet the pressure requirements.
Yeah.
Because you're losing pressure as you're going from east to west,
yes.
and then you're also going uphill,
Right,
so you don't have the pressure to drive it up to those homes at the top.
Mhm.
So any pressure loss you get on the way over to the west side makes it harder to serve those residents at the top of the hill over there.
do you have an idea when this project, like in 2030?
I think in 2027,
Okay,
or for the park or for the well.
for whatever is gonna go
So,
there,
I think
the
we're-
well,
We're planning on 2027 for the design,
okay,
and then 2028 for the drill the well.
perfect.
Approximately how large will it be?
Don't know yet.
Yeah, they gotta
It's gonna be big enough
You
for
gotta-
all my residents.
It's not gonna, do you know, kind of the area?
in the park is probably where they
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's not gonna be inside, it's not gonna be massive.
No,
No, the size, usually the well houses don't have to be very large unless, but I would
If you go
imagine
down
they.
to like the park, that new well house down there,
Mhm.
that's typical steps down.
And you know
That
what,
wasn't too bad watching them put that in. That was pretty clean.
Yeah.
That was
and
sweet.
you know the area that they're talking about?
Yeah, I used to live over there. Yeah.
Okay,
And you can do different things with architectural design to make it look, you know,
Blend it in.
blend in.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Yeah.
there was one we did for Salt Lake City that, like, they get wedding pictures in front of it because they like it so much.
I don't know if we
they can get
afford
wedding
that.
pictures there and then go to the armory,
Yeah, there you go.
and then go to the theater.
So I don't think that's what we're going for, but
Yeah.
that is possible.
I'd go with the wedding picture thing.
So budget recommendations, so one of the things that's important to do is make sure that you budget enough money for all the different projects you have, so pipe replacement costs, the amount of pipe you need to put in every year is gonna be close to the same amount, the cost to put that pipe in is going up and up, as related to inflation and things like that. So pipe replacement budget has gone up. Well maintenance program, I would mostly say that's just gone up a little bit with inflation, not as much as the pipe replacement costs. Future master planning updates.
What pipe's made out of?
What's that?
What's the pipe made out of? Is it
Ductile
steel?
iron. Class 52 ductile iron.
Mostly. I mean, you can't, the city does have some steel pipe,
Do you know what that is?
and
Iron.
then I don't think you guys have any PVC.
We, no PVC in our system.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're trying to avoid the splitting pipe issues, right?
Yeah.
Is that because of freezing, worry about
Well,
freezing and stuff?
We've always been a ductile iron system for the past 40 years, and we know it works well within our system. Our water works well with it, and our guys understand ductile iron. So that's why we prefer to maintain ductile iron, so.
And then a conservation budget, the city's always been very proactive on maintaining a good conservation plan or program, and so that's just part of that, and then the water replacement budget, so that's basically what makes up, and then you have, looks like Aaron's got a sort of breakdown on various other facilities in terms of,
Yeah, we're just onboarding our assets. We just purchased this Waterworth. It's more of an asset management model, and we're just getting it downloaded, and hopefully next year or two we'll have it better aged, and then be able to present better on our
Yeah.
replacement schedule.
you can see though that your 100-year scheduled replacement cost is $374 million. So if you just did 1% a year, that would be $3.7 million, and so our estimated budget is 3.5. So that's kind of what you're targeting. You're trying to replace at least 1% of your system a year to make sure you're staying up on things.
What's, I know what a SCADA system is. Where does Murray maintain a SCADA system?
So our SCADA system's at our Public Works building.
Okay, and that monitors,
That monitors all of our wells, reservoirs.
Okay.
And soon to be our PRVs, right now we're installing fiber and
okay. So you've got real-time data of all
Yes.
these, oh, that'd be cool to see someday.
anytime.
Okay.
Come down.
And then these are one-time system project costs, PRV improvements, backup power, once you put the backup power in, there are some replacement costs associated with that. But these are kind of more one-off type projects that need to happen. Some water rate studies, well studies, McGee Springs design, and then fluoride addition that might go away, so.
Is it just the backup power, just a diesel generator? Is that all it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the reason why Highland and Whitmore wells are important, because once we equip those 2 wells, well, 3 wells with backup power, we'll be able to meet average day demand if we were to have large, wide
Yeah.
power outage.
Right.
Like you'd have to try to encourage people to turn off their irrigation systems, but I think most people would get it if there's a big power outage, shut things off.
A massive squirrel.
Squirrels.
Is there any questions on the master plan?
No, I don't.
I had a few questions as I was going through it. What's a sacrificial antidote system?
A sacrificial anode is
See, I can't say it right.
so it's if you think about the way a battery works, you have a positive negative terminal.
Mhm.
It only works because there's an anode in there that's basically being sacrificed, and then your battery goes dead once that anode is depleted. Does that make sense? So sacrificial anode is basically attaching something to your metal pipe that's basically gonna sort of be sacrificed by the surrounding soil so that it doesn't eat your steel pipe, if that makes sense. So you're basically putting something on the pipe that will get eaten before, and then as soon as that sacrificial anode is gone, you can have a test station where you basically test it and say, okay, my anode's still good, or my anode's bad, and now my battery's dead essentially, and you need to get a new one to keep protecting the pipe. A lot of time you'll hear a term called the cathodic protection, which is basically there's active and passive. So anodes or sacrificial anodes are passive. They basically attach to the system. A lot of systems have sort of basically an electrified pipe where they basically induce a current into the pipe that basically keeps the soil from eating the pipe at all. So like high pressure gas pipelines often have cathodic protection, an active sort of electric current on the pipe that will keep it from being eaten by soil or air or water. those sacrificial animals are sort of like a short-term, sometimes more cost-effective. You know, it depends on how the system's built. A active cathodic protection system is usually used on steel pipe. It's all continuous, easier to protect because you can put it on one place and it just kind of protects the whole pipeline. Does that answer that question?
Yep. And then it says, chapter 4, page 7, if future annual demands in the city increase at existing per capita demand rates, it is anticipated that the city would need to acquire additional supply sources to meet long-term demands.
So there's an
What
if.
options? If that did, I understand it's a hypothetical, what options do we have? Where would we go?
So the first thing the city wants to do is make sure your groundwater is working well. And so there's groundwater studies to make sure that you have sufficient capacity to meet demands as they go up. If you were to surpass your source capacity and you wouldn't be able to meet that for some reason, your groundwater starts to deplete, for example, then your options are somewhat limited. You'd almost have to approach Jordan Valley, which is not be a great solution because it'd be very expensive. So I think the goal of the city is to conserve.
Yes.
And if you need to increase your water conservation budget to get people to conserve more, that would probably be the first thing to do over going to Jordan Valley to buy water. It's a little bit like Washington County, like they're out of water, so they're doing everything they can to conserve and to switch from go to secondary water or reuse water for secondary irrigation. So they're just doing everything they can to just conserve. That's probably what Murray City would be in position because Jordan Valley would be very expensive to buy at that time if you ran into it.
Okay.
Any other questions on the master plan? Okay, we'll move on to the impact fee facility plan.
Right.
So impact fees are a fee assessed to basically pay for future capital projects that are needed to meet improving level of services or to meet the demands of growth. And that's the primary reason for an impact fee. So to develop an impact fee, you have to establish growth, which we kind of sort of summarize in the table ES-1. And it's presented in terms of equivalent residential units, that's an ERU. And we show what peak day demand is in both million gallons per day and peak day demand in gallons per minute. And then that's important because we're gonna be using somewhat different units as we go through the impact fee. We have equivalent residential units, that's a single family type unit with indoor and outdoor irrigation. And then you also have what we've called an indoor residential unit, which is basically just an indoor unit. So table ES-2, we present both an ERU and then also an IRU at the very bottom of the table. That's 249 gallons per day per indoor residential unit, if that makes sense. So that's important to consider because it gets into how we structure the impact fee. But I want to just point out just the units here. Do you have comments, Susie, at all?
No, that's great.
Okay.
You're setting it up perfectly.
Any questions on equivalent residential units or?
So how do you
These tables.
figure, say, apartments?
So that would that's precisely the way I wanted to get into it. So indoor residential units, essentially what we would estimate for apartments.
But they have outdoor.
So they do have outdoor irrigation, but usually it's being metered differently, right? And
Separate meter.
separate metered.
It is a separate meter.
Typically, yes.
Oftentimes, so you can have a master meter that you have all the water go through that, and then you have outdoor irrigation, then you have the indoor water use. We would prefer to keep the indoor separate from the outdoor because we can do a pretty good estimate on what outdoor irrigation is based on the type of land use or irrigation it is. Indoor units, however, to get the fee as accurately as possible, we want to basically charge those indoor units what we think they're using rather than charging them something like an ERU but on a discounted ERU, if that makes sense. Because a single family residential unit's very different from an apartment, right? There's a little bit of outdoor irrigation in an apartment, usually like 15% irrigated area roughly, versus single family residential is gonna be anywhere between 40% to 60% irrigated area. It's a significantly different type of land use and for an indoor equivalent residential unit versus an indoor residential unit.
How do you do businesses? Say like Quick Quack.
So Quick Quack if Quick Quack came, we would ask them, okay, tell us what you're estimating your peak day demand to be. And then we're gonna charge them on a potentially either by their meter size or by what their estimated peak day demand is.
Okay.
So we can charge them on a dollars per gallon per minute or dollars per gallon per day based on what they say, okay, we're using this much demand.
Okay.
Hopefully the Quick Quack's recycling their water.
Yeah.
So they're not actually-
Often do.
Yeah.
So they're not usually using that much demand. Otherwise that Quick Quack's gonna have a huge impact, right?
Right. Okay.
And we'll get more into that in the impact fee analysis. The impact fee facility plan is mostly establishing these are your projects, this is how much we're gonna charge to 10-year growth based on that. So this table sort of summarizes your production capacity. There's a few new wells, and then we're charging none of the existing wells and springs we're charging any impact fees. Those are basically, we're assuming they're basically being used up by existing users. And you're basically using these 3 wells, 45th South, 360 West well, and then the Park well to meet the demands of future growth. And then the percentages are broken down based on how much of those wells are used to meet that future growth. There's besides those well projects, production projects, there's also pipeline projects, mostly with a few studies in here as well, where we calculate the percentage to future users based on how much of the demand that pipe or that system is going to be met by 10-year growth or by growth beyond the 10-year window. And that usually is based on the flow or demand that's being provided relative to existing, if that makes sense. Okay? Any questions on the impact fee facility plan project specific things on the IFS? Alright, I'll turn the time over to Susie.
Just wanna just go ahead.
Oh, we can just keep going, let's
Yeah.
tap through and.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, perfect. Utah code, 1136A requires that we do 2 documents. And Andrew's just gone through the first one, the impact fee facilities plan, also known as the IFSP. And it's the engineering technical kind of document that sets us up for what are our service levels? What do we need to maintain these service levels with new growth? Where can we get the excess capacity and what's the cost? Then we go to the IFA, which is what I do, the impact fee analysis, which is the financial document. And it takes these costs and it proportionately shares them amongst the different types of development. And it makes adjustments and credits based on the funding and our funding mechanisms that we have done. Okay, so as we look here at the basic components of an impact fee, Andrew just showed you the excess capacity costs that he came up with in the IFP and new construction. Those are the 2 main components. And new development can pay for, it's a one-time fee for the capital costs that are associated with them. They cannot be charged to raise service levels for existing development. They can't be charged for existing deficiencies. Law states there has to be a rational nexus or reasonable connection between the fee charged and the benefit received. And so that's what we try to do in the IFA analysis. So just take a look at this from this is what you're currently doing. You're currently based off meter size. So just kind of keep this in the back of your head, especially the 1 inch. It's about $3,000. Just remember that for a minute as we go through and show what some of these changes are as we switch to this system with more the ERUs, IRU type of charging. Okay, so first of all, let's just look here. Here is the components of the gross fee. The gross fee means the fee before we've made the credits for the financing. So we've got some existing excess capacity, and when we look at that, the engineers help us determine the percent of capacity that's gonna be consumed by new development in the next 10 years. And then by law, we actually have to go back in and look at your asset list and find the actual cost at the time. I mean, if you only paid a little bit in 1980 for some improvement, that's all we can include for that improvement in here. And so, but not on new construction, that can be today's cost, but on the existing capacity. You also have a bond outstanding, and so we can add their fair share of the interest cost on those bonds, as well as just the cost of the facility, because that's how you had to pay for it. Then we have the new improvement costs for new development, consultant costs, and we get a gross fee before the credits of about $3,800. But we have to go in and we have to make credits, and we have to make credits for a couple of reasons. One, we have this bond outstanding. So we'll talk about the existing, that's paying for the existing excess capacity first. If you just in your mind can keep of two buckets, existing excess capacity and new construction, this is so much simpler. So in the existing excess capacity, there's a bond outstanding. So we can't charge a new development that whole fee, their fair share of that existing excess capacity and their interest cost on it. And then over time, they also have to pay on that bond, or they're gonna be double charged a little bit. So that's what the credit is there on the bonds. Then, when we looked at the new improvements and when we saw Andrew's list of the improvements there, some of those improvements were to benefit existing development or to cure existing deficiencies. So again, the same argument, we can't charge them their full cost of the new improvement costs and then expect them also to pay on those improvements over time through higher rates that are gonna benefit existing development. So we make those credits, and we divide it out per year, and we come up with a net present value on these fees to credit it by year. So it changes just a little bit by year because you have more people paying on the bond and you have less years left to pay on it. So the credit would go down each year. You're cutting your pie in more pieces, so each piece is smaller, if that makes any sense. So then these are the fees. You can see the gross fee, then you can see how that comes down. So in red, the red box, and you guys feel free to jump in because I know you've worked a lot on this too, but there's your maximum fee per ERU. That would be a single family home. And then in the yellow box on the right, that would be an apartment unit, a door there in multifamily. About 805, you talked a little about the GPM, the gallons per minute, the quick quack, that type of thing. I think if we go one more down and just see this and then ask for questions. Here it is on non-residential by meter size. So do you remember the $3,000 number a minute ago? So you can see for non-residential, that's a fairly big jump to the 8,000. If you go back up though, what we've done on the ERU, that's really keeping it pretty similar at the 3,200. Because I know councils are always concerned about how is this going to impact, my constituents and what they're going to pay. So that's how we've tried to apportion it fairly. And I think that that's all I have on the impact fee. Any questions on that before we go into the rates?
When you say you can't charge a developer the full fee because he'll pay twice with the bond later on, is it can't or won't?
Can't. By law, we can't.
Okay,
Yeah, you remember when there was a big to-do years ago on the Temp Special Service District there, and they had quite a few projects that were gonna benefit existing development, and the developers came in and they argued, you are gonna be paying through higher rates to pay for this portion that's benefiting, these projects benefiting existing, plus you charged us an entire impact fee, so we'll pay more than our fair share. So, you can't if you don't, unless you wanna get sued, I guess. So that's the idea.
And it's paying through rates.
It's not double, is it?
That wasn't clear.
Yeah.
It's not double, is it?
No,
Yeah.
it's just,
It just kind of goes into.
Yeah,
that's
it is
a little
more
extra.
than their fair share. Would be different proportions under the analysis
I was just
you
curious if there was a legal reason why we can't.
I don't know that it's in the law per se as much as just the law history,
do. Yeah, well,
the litigation
so there's
history.
case law that's nationwide, and then there's Utah code, which is very specific for Utah. And the case law establishes the rational nexus between the fee charged and the benefit received. And so you would be in violation of that. You probably know some of those cases, Mill and Bill and that one, some of those, you would be in violation of that, and so someone could successfully probably challenge. And when I say pay twice, I don't mean double, that's a good catch, I just meant you'd pay more than that year. Okay, good questions, any others? Okay, let's do rates. Okay, what are utility rates? Which I didn't even do. Ask questions, all those.
I didn't. I just got to the meat and then I thought, oh, rates, well.
So rate models are often called, rate models are often called the revenue sufficiency model. So basically what you do is you go in and add up all your costs for operating costs, capital costs, debt service, and you say, okay, how much revenue do we need that's sufficient to cover these expenses. It's pretty simple, straightforward. They're much more straightforward than impact fees. We've seen a lot of inflation recently, and so costs have really gone up for maintaining and operating this system. So this is something that Aaron gave me, Brenda provided. Do you want to
Yeah,
comment on
Brenda
that one?
So Brenda provided us, this was our estimated model versus what actually happened between 2019 and 2024. So you can see the usage really did drop off compared to what we projected it to happen back in 2018 when we did our last master plan.
Yeah, especially those last years, and fiscal years 22 to 24, you can see that the revenues were much lower than that was projected, so that was leaving you short in your water fund. And we thought a lot of that was due to conservation, more than anticipated, is what you were thinking.
So you're saying conservation costs us money?
Yes, it does.
Exactly.
Yes.
Should we tell people to turn the faucet
Yes.
on then? Turn it back up, guys.
As Russ told me, just let your husband out there with a hose in the middle of the day.
Pay your bill.
Oh, absolutely though, but when we had these drought restrictions, we had the cities and districts probably calling like crazy in a panic, we're not gonna get our revenues because people were
Yeah.
limited to watering 1 or 2 days a week, so.
And Murray was like really good.
Yeah.
Conserving.
Yeah, so,
Ironic.
It is, if it's safe water, but your rate's gonna go up.
I go back.
yeah, now you
Why
can,
did the impact fees go down?
Oh,
Like in
revenue?
23 and 24,
That's all development,
Development,
because their
development
Unless-
driven.
development driven.
development dropped that much.
Um,
I guess 2020, we did have a peak year.
They did slow a little bit during COVID, like they had a lull and then now projects are picking back up.
Because of supplies and the contractors didn't have their supplies.
I think the cost associated with it definitely slowed people
Yeah.
put things off to a great degree. Okay, this is a fun one. Aaron makes beautiful charts. He put it together from our numbers. So, anyways, so this is the do nothing model. Let me explain a little what the colors are. So your fee has 2 parts to it that you now pay. You call it out. There's a base fee every month, and then you pay based on usage. Sometimes we call those tiers, depending on tier 1, 2, 3, depending, the rate goes up depending how much you use. Okay, so the orange, this is do nothing. You can see that the orange, the base, you wouldn't get much more out of that at all. Maybe you have a few more people paying, but the rate doesn't go up. So that orange is staying just about the same size. Same on the brown underneath it, which is usage. You can see that a lot more of your revenue is coming from the variable, from the usage, than it is from the base. Anyway, you can see not a lot of change there. So the darker blue there are your operating costs. And you can see the operating expenses, they're inflationary. They are going up until they're surpassing the revenue that's coming in. Little thin line for the debt service as it now is. What's really fun to look at, I think, is the green, because those are your capital costs. And they don't stay the same from year to year, which always makes it a little more challenging to model because they're up in one year and you can't do them exactly the same every year, but you can see that. So what happens here, the black line, that's your cash on hand. And that just goes plummeting down. You're negative if you were to try to do those capital costs without some type of rate increase. So we've brought you 3 options today. And option 3 is kind of the one I think that's the best, but okay, spoiler alert on that, I guess.
Let's just go to 3.
We'll work with all of these. So this one's interesting. These would be rate increases, and this would be on both the base and on the tiers, okay? And you'd have 2020, 10, and 5, and then by 2029, you'd have 3% per year thereafter. And you would issue a $6 million bond, and that's in 2020. You can see how your capital costs just spike in that year. And so to keep your rates from really spiking, we've brought in the bond money there in the, what color is that, reddish pink, that scarlet color. Okay, so we're bringing in these borrowed funds to help cover the cost of that capital little green mountain that's gonna come right after that, rather than having to spike your rates up 30, 40%, okay? And then you can see that your your black line there, that's just going up and up, but you are accumulating maybe more cash than you need at the end. So we track 2 key financial ratios in this. You wanna keep the target's usually 180 days cash on hand. That can be your policy. If you go below 150, your bond rating's gonna go down, and you don't wanna do that for sure. So you need to stay, and it'll fluctuate from year to year. But those are some good rules of thumb and guidelines. And then you've got to, when you have debt outstanding, you have to have a 1.25 times coverage ratio, which means that your revenues less your operating expenses have got to be able to cover that debt payment 1.25 times. That extra 0.25 time is the cushion that the bondholders want, or they write it right in your covenants, usually, that you've got to raise rates. So anyway, that's what we're tracking. You can see this one gets you a little more cash than you need. So then we looked at option 2, and the reason we did this, we thought, well, if we bond for more, can we keep your rates down? Is there a way to keep them down? So we went with 10, 10, 10, and 5, and do 2 $6 million bonds. You can see the 2 bonds there in the whatever that kind of reddish, pinkish color is there that goes way up, the big bars, in 2026 and 2028. The problem with that is that we've got to keep our debt service coverage ratios and cash on hand, and we haven't raised our rates enough to do it. So you've just kind of put off the rate increase, and then by 2029, you've got to do a big rate increase because you can see where the black line is going. So we felt like your best option here is going to be option 3. So the percentages are the same as the first one, 20, 20, 10, 5, until 2029. And then instead of 3% per year thereafter, we only did 2% to keep up with inflation, keep enough cash on hand, but it keeps it down a little, and you still issue the $6 million bond. And then you can cover your costs. So how does that compare with other places? You can see that, okay, so on the left, there's Murray City current, and then there's Murray City proposed. You can see your increase, but you can see also that you're still on your base rates, or on your tier 1 rather, sorry, just tiers, these are just tiers. On your tier 1, you are still lower than other places around. You do start gaining on a few of them on your conservation tiers by tier 5. That you're not out of line with other areas on your rates here. And then this one, you put this one together. Do you want to just talk about this last one maybe a little more?
So on this is the base right here. So Brenda helped me gather the property taxes for the other neighboring utilities who because they're involved in an improvement district, their property tax gets assessed up because of that. And what property tax divided up just equals a monthly payment for the base rate. So these are what our neighbors are paying compared to Murray City not being involved in an improvement district. Some cities, you look at like Granger Hunter, I think they have 3 different improvement districts that they pay property taxes on. So
It's good apples to apples comparison.
Just refresh my memory. Tier 1, tier 2, all that is how much water you
Yes.
use. So if you have 2 acres, you could be a tier 1 or whatever.
So tier 1 is goes from 0 units to 8 units of water.
Okay,
And 1 unit is 100 acre feet, and that's about 746 gallons is
okay,
100 acre feet.
okay. Because I was asking Paul, so do you think we're tier 1,
100
2,
cubic
3,
feet, sorry.
4, 5?
So
I did.
one thing I like about the way you've done yours in the tier 1 there, you're being very conservative on that tier 1, and you're not hurting households. Maybe a classic example, single widow or someone who lives alone. You're not putting the burden on them. Look how low your tier 1 is compared to others. You're hitting more your bigger water users.
So your apartments, for example, won't even see tier 5 or tier 4 or anything like that. So it's gonna be primarily like the larger lots that get into those. Not necessarily large lots, it's gonna be just somebody that uses a lot of water on a small lot though.
That's questions. So is this due to us not keeping the fees up?
Annual
Like
increases
Castle
are,
when we did our
annual
40.
increases. It's like, when was the last time you had a water increase?
2022 was our last increase from our 2018 water increase.
So
And
part of that's falling behind.
once COVID hit, a lot of municipalities, even if they were within their 5-year window of a water rate, they jumped on it again because of what happened with inflation during COVID.
Yeah, that is a big part. Like COVID inflation just really jumped up a bunch. So now that's slowed down, but there's also just the annual inflation.
So, our problem is conservation. Conservation means we're not bringing in revenue. We increase rates, people are gonna conserve more. How does this solve our problem at all?
The cycle.
Like, it just seems like we're gonna be back here in 2 years saying the same thing and raising rates significantly in 2 years because we're not hitting the real issues. Like, increasing rates doesn't solve our cash flow problem long term.
Well, there's only so much elasticity to demand, I think. And I think it's, yes, maybe you will get people pulling back a little more with this and the higher rates. We don't get a lot of your revenue out of these higher rates, the highest groups though, because the way it's structured is that you're hitting your very top users in those conservation ones. So most of it is coming from tier 1 and tier 2, but we could show, the usage when you look at percent of usage. And it's geared to do that on purpose. You want to capture almost all your usage in tier 1 and tier 2. So, but yeah, I mean, they had that slow the flow thing in Salt Lake County years ago, and their revenues went down. But at some point, I don't think there's a whole lot of elasticity left in demand. People have a certain amount they're gonna use.
And even with this increased cost, like customers in Utah and Idaho, the state just did a study and for a new legislation bill that they're proposing. Utah and Idaho both have the lowest cost of water in the entire country.
Yeah, so it
But
I mean-
this also, the cost is also covering materials.
Yes.
And we have to remember that. This is, the raising of this is to cover the cost of
But I'm saying-
materials.
that's gonna stay stagnant. If our water goes down,
No.
or it's gonna increase with inflation, right?
Exactly,
But if our water usage goes down, so does our revenue. So
Yeah.
one's going this way,
Right.
one's going this way,
right.
and we're back in the same problem in 2 years.
And,
So I wanna make sure we're
yeah,
not having this conversation, because we just raised rates in 2022,
right?
No,
back in
No.
2025.
That was, so it was a 2% increase in 2022. So, we have, in 2018 through 2022, they were all like 5, 3, 2, 2, 2. So we haven't had enormous increase in rates like this in the past.
But the main reason we're doing this is because of that huge spike in capital expenditure, right? In all these
Yeah,
studies and
costs.
projects.
Yeah.
So do we need to do all these by 2028?
We've tried to spread things out, like it's into the master planning.
Because I'm looking at the plan here, all this stuff is from now through 2026. And I mean, that's a lot, it's pretty ambitious.
Yeah.
For little old Murray.
We're ambitious. We do a lot of pipeline.
I get that.
And then the other thing is the wells, the big one is the well cost.
And we're looking for a grant to cover the cost of that well right now.
Awesome.
But if you can get the grant, that would potentially have a huge dent on the rates, yeah.
And knock that thing down a
Yeah.
little bit. So
But you can't
what's
plan
the
on that,
process
so.
for that? I mean, are we in the process for that or?
In the process.
Yes, we are.
The voice in the back.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Like in the serious process part of it.
And I don't want to be a council member that says, no, we're not gonna raise it too much. And then we have a major, major problem in a subdivision, and we don't have the materials to cover that problem. And as a council member, I wanna make sure that our workers have the materials that they need to make sure the citizens are taken care of. But I thought this report was very informative. I really did. And I see that there's many steps that are and will be implemented along the way and into the future for everyone. And do I like to raise taxes? No, I don't wanna do this. But yeah, I don't want a citizen to call me and say, Pam, my street, what happened?
What does it raise us? What's the percent?
For the rate increase this year, 20%. So a 20% increase would be about $4 a month for
And
single
eggs
family.
are $5.99.
For tier one.
For a
And,
tier
and,
one,
and
the whole bill.
I'm okay
So
to put
base-
that
so
$5
base charge
towards
and-
that than eggs.
And usage rate,
Oh.
average single family home would be about $4 a
The
month.
base charge.
Yes, base and usage rate.
I got some tier one eggs. You should get some tier one eggs.
So Adam, I'm just gonna add something. So part of the reason that it wasn't just conservation that didn't let us meet the 5-year plan. Some of it was the growth projected was too high and it didn't happen. So the growth projected in this, that's why it took us so long to get it done, is we reworked it with ComDev halfway through the thing going, that seems a little either low or high. It didn't seem quite right, so we reworked it. And then part of having to have that 2020 was because we did go from 2022 till now. That's 2 years. If we had raised it 2% each year for those 2 years, like we're projecting this to happen, probably wouldn't have needed to be 20%. It might have needed to be 10. It might have been okay. Because that's time and money. That's why we want to add the thing at the end, that it just goes along at 2% until otherwise changed. Maybe in 5 years when we do the next plan, the otherwise changed is, wow, 2% is doing just fine.
So to Adam's question, I'm hearing yes. Are we comfortable telling Adam that that's why what we're, not just Adam, but his question, that we're not going to be back here in 2 years? I mean, the plan is,
I
like you
doubt
said,
2
for 5
years.
years.
I mean, it might happen.
Yeah, I
We're
guess
coming
you
with
can't say, yeah.
wastewater because we see something happening, and so that's why we're gonna talk about wastewater next. 'Cause we see something happening and how we structured it. But I can't promise we won't be back, but especially if we get that grant, but we can't count on that grant. I mean, that would be lovely. I would just go borrow $2 million instead of 6. But I can't count on it, so we will plan on the
Plan
plan.
without the
Get
grant.
the grant, we'll go from there.
Where's the grant from?
Senator,
Burgess.
Burgess Owens.
Burgess Owens.
they came to us and we'll take the money.
So,
Anyway, but when I look at this, and maybe I think differently, but I think most citizens do because of our tax like we did years ago. You think that they'll be bothered about a $4 or be really bugged with you if you can't fix their pipes? That's the problem.
I think they'll be bugged both ways.
No, they'll be bugged both. Trust me, you ask, if you can't fix
I got some
something.
that are bugged already with our
If your
rates.
toilet doesn't flush and you don't have air conditioning,
No.
you'd say raise. I think, maybe you wouldn't, but I would.
and I don't think you can, there's a lot of tier ones that are not gonna be able to conserve anymore. I can't do any more than I can do.
Yeah.
I mean, my little 5,000 square foot lot with 5-minute mow, that's about all I can do. So,
And when I met with you and Russ, you told me that no property taxes are used for any
Yeah,
of this.
we're-
So the money comes
To the water.
Yeah.
where? Where is this money coming from? From the water,
Base-
right?
Yeah, base
And the
charge
water-
usage charge.
People are not using, so we have to raise it. So, which was very interesting, but it was interesting.
We're conservative.
I know.
We're conservative.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We
Do
got
we have
those
time?
two ordinances.
Oh, look, we have 7.
Go one more over.
That was a one more.
So this is one of the ordinances we'd like to amend. Right now, we allow unmetered construction water use. It's been like this for many decades. So now we would propose that the new construction developer or somebody using, redeveloping a house, sign up for service. I've talked to our utility billing, they said they could provide this service and we would be able to install a meter and charge them on their actual usage of water for construction use, so.
Perfect.
Okay, next one. Any questions on that? Okay, and then new ordinance, so right now, whenever new development happens, we take from our operating account for our meter account for operating, operations account that we should be using to replace older meters in our system. we would like to assess a fee to new development for the cost to the city for the meter and the AMI equipment that serves that property. And that's all we'll be charging them is the cost to us.
And just to be clear, that's separate from the impact fee.
Yes, separate.
And so what would that be?
It depends on the size of the meter that will be serving the property. Typically, single-family home would be a 1-inch. That'd be $433 for a 1-inch meter and the AMI equipment.
That's good.
And then amend ordinance, so this is for the minimum size service pipe. This is one that clearly we've added way too much language to, but we wanted to clarify what the minimum allowable service pipe for residential and commercial. And for customers that have a 3/4 inch pipe that already serves the building, if it's residential, they can reuse that service. Reuse 3/4 inch and put 3/4 inch into the building. If it's commercial, they'd have to do 1 inch or greater.
Yeah, sprinklers and stuff like that.
And that'd be it.
That's it.
Any more
I learned
questions?
a lot.
Yeah, we're sorry for the 190 plus pages of.
So I just have a quick question. On the one that has 3 options, they have to pick one before they vote. So should they just do that at the council meeting or should we get a consensus?
You can talk about it.
Or you can talk about it now and tell us which way you're leaning.
Make a decision next time.
I know where I'm leaning.
Option 3.
Option 3. I have to make sure those citizens have those supplies and the workers have those supplies. I don't want them to go someplace and go, we don't have that piece and so we're gonna have to hold off. But, what about you guys?
Do I have to decide now?
No, for sure.
Yeah, let's
I'm gonna put them all in your packet, and I'll send a note out when we vote, we need to make sure we're clear about which ordinance you guys are approving.
So one at percent should have option 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're wonderful.
You feel like the most loved people?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, discussion
Yeah.
and ordinance amending section 13.32.060 of the Murray City Municipal Code relating to monthly service charges for users of the city sewer system. Ben for presenting, and you have, well, we did really well.
We stayed right in an hour.
We're 20 minutes, so there you go.
Hey, Ben.
Hello. It's not quite as bad. Still bad news, yes. But, so we are here today to talk about the Central Valley fee.
Yes.
And look at potentially adjusting that. So just a little background on the Central Valley fee. It was implemented in fiscal year 2023, and the purpose of it, the intention was to help cover and have a distinctive cost to cover the treatment plant upgrades that were occurring in Central Valley. So before that, our fee structure was just made up of the base fee and the flow fee, those two. So we implemented the Central Valley fee at that time to kind of give residents a clear, concise cost of this is helping pay for these treatment plant upgrades. Most residents don't know that the water even has to be treated, that it has to go anywhere, so,
It's just flush.
yeah, exactly, they flush it and it goes down the drain and nothing happens with it, yeah.
As long as there's
So-
pipes outside are great.
When we implemented that fee, original design of Central Valley's upgrade project, projected costs at that time were $250 million. And then a little thing called COVID happened and really essentially almost doubled those costs. So the overall cost of the upgrades now are well over $400 million. So when we implemented that fee, the thought process at the time, we implemented the Central Valley fee, and over the 5-year rate structure, the Central Valley fee was gonna come down a little bit, the base fee and the flow rate fee would come up a little bit to, once we had that big increase, the fee essentially kind of stayed within a couple dollar range. We had a big jump from it went up to $59 on the average household, roughly $59, then it kind of stayed in the $59 to $64, $65 range. So with the Central Valley upgrade, we have one more bond that just got issued in November for $87 million. That's the last bond. We have all the funding needed to complete the project now, but that's placed a little bit of a burden on the fund still. So what we're looking at doing,
And this wasn't done by the city, this was a mandate to have.
correct, yep, this is
Yeah,
mandated by water quality.
Yep.
Originally, these fees, these upgrades had to be completed by July of this year. We've gotten an extension because of COVID and some other things, so to July of 2026 is when everything has to be complete for Central Valley.
Yep.
So if we did nothing, the fee currently sits at $11 right now. In April, it'll change to $8. So what we're proposing is going back to $12, yeah.
And I like the 11 back to 12, and
So,
how do you
yes.
go back to 12, but I understand.
So if we do nothing in April, the fee would go down to $8. We're currently at 11, it would go to 8. If we do nothing, so we're proposing taking that fee back up to $12.
Yep.
This Waterworth software, the same thing Aaron showed you. You can see that our cash position right there really drops off if we do nothing. So this is currently how everything is written now. This next slide here shows our cash position, kind of not where we want to be still, but we're not in the black. We're staying up where we want to be.
That's with a $12 fee?
And that's going back up to the $12, yes.
Why don't you do 13 and then get back up?
Well, so the reasoning behind this is we're getting ready to do our master plan update this next July.
Okay.
So our hope is not only are we raising back up to $12, so our fees incorporated with the Central Valley fee, the base rate, and the flow rate. On top of this, we're also want to implement a 3% increase on the flow rate fee every year. So our hope is we don't have to come back and do a large increase, or hopefully not another increase. Hopefully this will be enough to stabilize things. But we don't want to come and just throw a large number at you right now when we don't have all the information when we're going to do our updated master plan later this year.
Yeah, that was my question, because if you're gonna come back in a year and say we need another increase, then just do it now.
Right, well,
Yeah.
if
Makes
we had
sense.
all the information, yeah, so that is the basis of why we're here. We need to do something now to try and stabilize things for the next year or two until that master plan gets finalized and we have a little bit more data. Hopefully, projection wise, so capital improvement wise, we have one big project and then we have another one that's slated out and starting in 28, 29. That's the last of our major projects, big projects that are gonna be huge expenditures on the fund that we have in the budget. Everything else is development driven. If we have some serious major redevelopment in areas, then we're gonna have a few other projects, but as of now, that's our big expenditures coming up. So what we're looking at, like we said, just going back to $12, we'll implement that 3% just on the flow, doesn't affect the base rate. What this will essentially do, the average household now pays around $64 to $65. It'll be a $1 increase on their bill now, and in the long run, it'll be potentially a $5 increase. So average house could go from $65 to $70 is what we'd be looking at.
What's the price of eggs?
It's a carton of eggs, yep.
Exactly.
Your eggs.
Well, I'm just saying, I looked at the eggs and I'm going, nah, we're not doing it, we're not baking.
And this really is to just stabilize things right now. So this is what the new fee table would look like. Just showing it going back up to $12 for the next years, and then that 3% annual flow increase. And that's kind of the gist of what I have. What questions can I answer?
Bringing us all good news.
I know.
Well,
Makes
if we
sense to me.
don't do it now,
it'll be even bigger when we
And-
comes in 2027.
It will.
And we had that problem 3 years ago
We did, yeah.
in another department. And so we need to keep ahead of these things. So,
That's what we're attempting to do here, yeah.
is there any questions from the council on this, from Ben Ford? None?
It's always good to see you, Ben.
Sorry to bring some bad news, but
It's okay.
good to see you too. Yep.
Okay, you're fine.
So
Okay.
let me tell you, we're really blessed with people like Ben and
Mm-hmm.
Aaron and,
We gotta
not
thank Aaron.
Russ, but, no, I'm just kidding.
Aaron?
Oh,
What'd you say?
I think it was Aaron who found the software, that we threw all of these in, we looked at garbage, we looked at stormwater, these were the two that. I mean, garbage is doing this, but it's so gradual right now that we're waiting. But
Yeah.
the software has been really helpful. And then, once water knows where all their old pipes are, they'll be able to do better. And he's modeling his stuff too, I'm sure.
And Russ is not nilly-willy, but it weighs heavily on Russ. This is huge
Yeah.
for Russ to take care of this area for our citizens, so thanks to all of you guys.
yeah, thank you,
Oh,
Ben.
thank you guys.
Bad news can always be good news.
Yeah.
Especially if you say, hey, citizens.
Take care, Ben.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on to discussion number 4 on the 10-8-1-2 process and preliminary findings for the potential surplus of 48 East and 4800 South. Chad Wilkinson and Elvon Farrow, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council, happy to be here. This is really a discussion about the why of why we're doing this process. We want to make sure you have a good explanation of the process and how this is different from the RDA process that will also be a part of this discussion with Block 1. Of course, today this is focused on the development of Block 1, just to the east of us here. The Block 1 property consists of a number of different individual parcels. Most of those parcels are owned by the redevelopment agency. There are some notable exceptions. We have a couple of privately owned parcels there still, and we have one parcel that's proposed to be part of the Block 1 development that is owned by Murray City. Now, that's an important distinction. With the redevelopment agency owned properties, state law gives really a lot of flexibility on how redevelopment agencies can dispose of, transact various transactions with developers and others with that RDA owned property. However, with city-owned property, there's a very strict state process that has to be followed. It's outlined in that section of code that you referred to. Commonly, they call it 1082 analysis. It's an analysis of the benefits of essentially a property being surplus by a city and being included in any kind of an appropriation. There are a couple of different factors that a city has to look at. Three factors really that a city has to look at in appropriating that land. First of all, you have to consider what the benefit is for that appropriation. Is there a public benefit for the appropriation? Second, what is the purpose and whether or not that purpose is appropriate or will accomplish reasonable goals of the city. And I actually combined those two last ones into one there. So we have a hearing set up, a public hearing. This requires a public hearing before the city council. We've had that hearing set up for March 4th. At that point, public will be able to come in and give any kind of public comment on that proposal. The reason for this, again, the appropriation, anything that's appropriated less than market value, and is that we've talked with the council before, and especially in the RDA role that you serve, the developer is asking for an appropriation. They're asking for the city to participate in this project, and part of the city's participation would be that donation of land owned by the RDA in the city. So this process again would be to accomplish that goal. And this is not, again, tonight's not a decision that we're asking you to make. Just wanted to explain the process, what will have to happen next. Again, that's scheduled for March 4th. Proper notice has been given through the newspaper. There's also a study that's been conducted by Zion's Public Finance to look at those items that I talked about, the reasonableness of the appropriation, the purpose for the appropriation, what the public benefit would be for that appropriation. That study is available to the public. We have a final version if the public wishes to look at it.
But I haven't seen that.
You'll see that as well.
But when are we gonna see that?
As soon as tomorrow. Yeah, we've got that final version ready. Yep. So tonight, we're not looking at, so you'll have 2 weeks to look at that before we have any kind of discussion with the public about that
I know,
appropriation.
So we're gonna get it tomorrow?
We're gonna get it tomorrow.
Unless we can get it to
We've
Jennifer
sent it to Jennifer, and so whenever, we sent it to her today.
today.
Yeah,
today.
this is when the public notice went out, was today as well.
Why didn't we get it before tomorrow?
We were still refining the study with Science Public Finance. We had some questions for them that they've answered for us, so we've got the.
Can we ask what questions you had?
The questions were really related just to the format of the study. So just the way that they had it formatted, the way the analysis, the order of the analysis, those types of things.
So can we meet with someone that if we have questions about the science paperwork?
Sure, certainly.
Who do we go to? Who would you like us to go to?
You can come to us. You can, if you have questions about that once you see it. Again, there'll be a public hearing to talk about that as well.
Well, I want to know I want my questions answered before the public hearing, if I have it.
Sure. If you have questions, once you've looked at that analysis, you're welcome to contact us.
Well, I know when I look at it, I won't know what I'm looking at. And that's the truth.
So meet with
Yeah.
Chad.
Yeah.
You will,
Meet with
you
Chad.
will.
You
It's
will.
not-
Look at Gio goes,
It's not
you got it.
Yeah, this is not,
Zion has, Zion's Public Finance has done a great job at making it digestible to the public, and it goes through the different benefits, talks about the value of the property, the economic benefit of it.
So that was one of my questions, what's the value of the property? What is the appraised value of it?
I think in that resolution, it
That's what I
has
was-
that appraised value.
Yeah,
listed
it said
there.
43. Increase real property tax revenue from new taxable assets value of 44?
No, there's another sentence in there that talks about, yeah, it's 1.1.
Oh, sorry.
Right there.
Oh, sorry, yes. Oh, yes, the value of the property is approximately 1 million. Okay, block 1 or just the parking lot?
Just that parcel, about 3/4 of an acre.
Parcel meaning parking lot.
Part of the parking lot, yeah.
So
What do you mean part of a parking lot? It's either the parking lot or none of the parking lot. What is part of the
Well, that's
parking
not-
lot?
You think about it. You've got it doesn't have to be all the parking lot. The parking lot's on some of that other property. So we're just talking about a certain amount. The parking lot doesn't have to be on one property. The parking lot is just a certain section. Some of it goes on to the other, to what the RDA owns, and then there's a section that goes on what the city owns, and we're selling that part to them if you guys allow that to 1.1 million for that section of it. How much is not part of the parking lot?
Yes, largely it is the parking lot. We've just redone the parcel lines to make sure we have that entry and access that the city will hold.
I'd like a drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have some.
I'd like to have a drawing so I know what is going up.
And picture the mansion in your mind, right?
The what?
The mansion.
Got it.
That section of asphalt that is adjacent to the mansion will not be sold because we need that as access. So about 3/4 of the parking lot will go in this deal.
Is this the same science study for all?
So what about from here?
Is this the same
over?
science study for all of block 1, or is this a separate one?
This is a separate study for this parcel, yeah,
Oh,
because
so we're gonna
because
keep
the
that
city
to
property
us
is
so that
required
goes
to be
into
treated
the
differently than the RDA properties. This is a separate study.
Visual. Visual.
That's what we're not selling the whole part.
And that's considered a parking.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay.
That's why it's not partial.
All right.
Yeah, part of the
Got
parking,
You
yeah.
can meet with Chad if
Yeah.
you want, that's up
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
She's got me, come on.
I know, that's what I almost said, because you're over there doing it.
No, this is true.
And the reason for tonight's discussion is really to talk about kind of the difference between this and what we'll go through with the RDA. The RDA has a little more flexibility. We don't have to go through the same type of public hearing process with those particular
Okay.
properties.
I don't want to interrupt your presentation, so I'll wait.
We're ready for questions. Any
Oh.
questions you have, yeah.
Council have any questions?
Not right now.
I don't know when to ask this question, so let me ask this question. I love that we're moving forward with all this. I'm 100% behind this development. There is a concern about the lack of parking for employees on that side, right? So I'm going back to a decision that I voted for a while back about keeping a couple of houses down there that I might want to change my mind on. Is that said correctly?
Yeah, say it.
Don't look at me that tone of voice.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm confused.
The three houses.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
That's why-
T-Rose
it's a
Flower
It's
Town
confused
Center.
face.
Okay, confused face?
You're talking about the historic plaza there.
Yes.
And whether there could be parking added to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and part of me says if we're gonna be creating a gathering center, it would make more sense to have more parking than it would be to keep some historical houses.
Tonight in the RDA meeting, I think there'll be some good explanation of the amount of parking that will be provided as part of this Block 1 development
Okay.
as proposed. It will be a substantial amount of parking, both at grade and below grade.
Okay.
So I think that's a good discussion to have once you've had that unveiling of that project.
Cause he showed me, maybe you haven't seen the updated drawing.
You know
There's
what,
a lot of
I love
parking.
how some of the council
lot.
members have seen things and there's certain council members that have not seen things. So I'm going in with this over my eyes because I haven't seen things.
Adam?
Don't tear down paradise and put in a parking lot.
So it's interesting that some council members haven't.
That's all I'm doing,
I remember-
asking a question.
I remember feeling that way, and the only reason I think you probably remember this, the only reason I remember I changed with Diane is because the residents were so not happy that I was even
I know,
thinking that.
whoever's watching, I'm sorry, I'm just asking the question,
I know,
okay?
but that was the reason why, because I thought.
I don't know what to ask it.
I thought similar. That's, I asked it in RDA.
It's okay.
Yeah, I will,
Yeah.
alright.
So I'll wait to hear the parking proposal,
That'll
maybe
make
it'll be sufficient and I'll be excited because there'll be enough parking that I don't want our people to park,
Right,
you know.
and I have that concern as well.
You know.
That's,
Okay.
It's
So I'm not up.
as part of it, we'll get more into this in RDA, but as
Okay.
part of this.
We'll talk about it, okay.
Yeah, there'll be a
I'll
lot
stay
of
quiet.
discussion, but there will be some of that parking that will be available for public employees as well, right? That's it's public parking that'll be part of the development.
But this is part of the parking. This is part of RDA that's coming in soon, into the evening hours. This is part of it. And can you just answer me, why is city property in the RDA area?
Because somebody screwed up when she was brand new and bought it with the
So if you want
wrong
her gone,
money.
just so you're gonna say something.
I'm
There's
just,
mistakes that happen all the time.
I just,
There
I
you
have
go,
these.
that's how you did it.
Rub it in, Pam.
I don't really
Make her
have-
feel
Hey,
bad.
I've only been here for 3 years and this has been told to me that this is
I
RDA, this
know,
is RDA.
and-
So now we're
and-
saying it's city
We like
property.
Brenda, don't make her
We
feel bad.
love Brenda.
2021, when this was all happening, it got paid for with city money instead of RDA money. That's why.
Okay,
I mean, there was property going everywhere, so somebody didn't fully think through it. It might not even have been me, it might have been my predecessor. Think through who needed to buy what parcels of property if that got sold with that. That's the only reason that we're sitting here talking about it, is because it got purchased with city money when it should have been RDA money, got titled to the city when it should have. In a perfect world, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But in 2020, 2019, whenever we bought that, that's what happened.
okay.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Any other
Well,
questions?
I do.
Yeah.
The knife?
What?
That's not his fault.
I'm just semi-kidding.
I'm gonna refill my mouth, I'll be back in a little.
I'll wait for you to come.
Just kidding.
Keep going.
So in number 4, it says letter D, construction of 460 parking stalls at Block 1. Are some of these for city employees that will say city employees only? Or will this be a discussion that will be carried on later on into the evening?
Now, Pam, I gotta tell you, you had that answer to you in our meeting upstairs.
But I
know,
want,
but you've been saying, I don't know anything, these other council members, that's not true.
No.
We have fed you everything that everyone else has had.
No, no, no.
I don't know it.
I'm
Okay,
saying
in our meet-
it's in our
we had a
council
We had a
packet.
closed meeting,
We had a
and you
council
heard all
packet.
that.
And I want to know, is this
I think it's a-
400?
I think it's a great question, but I didn't want the public to hear that no one's hearing anything, just these certain council members, that's not true.
Well, the only reason why I learned that was because it was in my
We had a
council
closed
packet.
meeting that we talked about.
I don't remember the number 460 being
And
talked
then our
about.
meeting upstairs, I told you, yes, we will have 40, about 40 that will be, we talked about, Chad, you and me, we talked about there'll be 40 that will be designated to employees.
But this is 460.
Out of the
That's the total.
460,
That's
that's
the
the
total. That's
total.
right. Yep.
40 of that 460, if you go to the computer, you can do a percentage and figure out what
About
that is.
9%.
We've said
So
that
the
over and
development
over.
has proposed to increase the parking on the entire block to
Right.
460. And then to designate the 32 parking stalls that are specifically for public use in City Hall.
Public uses, meaning
That's us.
people that,
It's city employees, people that are visiting City Hall, yeah. Could be a member of the public that needs someplace to park.
so tell me how that will look when a city employee comes in and wants to park. Will there be a gate? Will there be a keypad? Will there be, like, they will be able to come in and out 24/7?
It's a good question that we have yet to resolve completely, but that'll be one of those methods. There'll be some kind of designation in the development agreements that will come before the RDA board. There'll be some kind of designation that says there'll be a keypad or a gate or some way that it's designated for city use.
Because I'm here for the employees and the citizens. And these people take care of the citizens. And if they're not taking care of them, where are they gonna park? Because we have some employees that have handicap disabilities. And they need to be taken care of,
They can
so,
park right there.
so.
Aren't there
any-
handicap spots?
And they can park right there.
Anyways, I just want to know what it's going to look like for the employees. Is there going to be enough parking, what they have right now out there?
So we're gonna go through all of those details as we negotiate these development agreements, but the answer is there will be some kind of designation for city use.
And it will say employees only?
We haven't figured out the details of what that'll be, but there will be some kind of designation, yeah.
Okay. And then another question, if this property ever is sold, will the new owners realize that this is for, this parking is going to be for city employees?
This will be part of a development agreement that'll be recorded on the property and will run with the property. yeah. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Might as well mention it
We'll be
because
seeing you soon.
open and public meetings because they're gutting it right now.
No, we can't adjourn, we've got 2 more.
Okay.
So Open and Public Meeting Act and Anti-Harassment Training, GL Critchfield, you have 30 minutes.
Hey, Gio.
That much. How are you?
Gio,
Yes.
make one request.
Please.
Next year when you give us this packet, can you switch it from a blue font so I can read it?
No. Yes, I'll be happy.
Thank you.
Or send you the,
Yeah.
Are you colorblind, Adam?
Blue on blue is really hard to read.
Yeah.
It is, I can't,
I can't. I tried. Got deeper in here and I was like, yeah, I'm not.
That's
look at that.
I think it's just the printer because it looks fine on the screen.
So, it's just the screen.
It's not realistic.
Do you wanna do it one time so we can get
All the changes to it. He's gonna flip it for you.
I can probably do it.
Yeah, I was like, all my entities that I do.
Let's see.
Okay. Following all that, I don't think it'll be 30 minutes unless you have enough questions and I
Oh,
can fill
no,
that
you
up.
can, please take more, then I can have to do mine.
So, go ahead.
Is the bill that's going through the legislature about records and the new, that they're talking about in LPC, this isn't gonna affect this at all, is it?
Not this. No,
It's gonna affect our groundwater request.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But I think when that's all is said and done, it'll be fine. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. So, if we're ready, annually, we are required by state law to go through the training on Open Public Meetings Act. I choose to think this is more of a reminder than training. I think many of us have been through this before. Scott's a little new, but he's already on top of this. I think I should also mention that the other side of this training will be the city's harassment policy, city council harassment policy. That was brought up several years ago and was requested that we do it at the same time as we do this training and have an annual as well. So we've done that, that's part of your rules. As far as Open Public Meetings Act is concerned, the public policy is that you as a public body exist to do the public's business, and that the intent is that your deliberations and your actions or your votes are taken openly and in public. What that means essentially is that you do this with the public observing. It doesn't necessarily mean the public gets to participate in every item. They get to see and hear your deliberations and see how you vote. Meeting, of course, we know is having a quorum together and talking about the business of the city is basically what that comes down to. Your chance gatherings, your social gatherings are not meetings unless you decide to start talking shop. Then that could be. I was thinking about this and thought if you were at a social dinner, boards and commissions, whatever, sitting together at a table, and someone from the public approached you and said, hey, I'd like to talk about X, which was going to come before you in a couple of weeks. What's the right response?
No thanks, not here. This is not the appropriate place.
Right.
I was gonna say, just talk to Paul.
Yeah.
Just talk to all
that
the
too.
Paul.
Oh, there's that.
Send it to Paul.
Yeah.
Send it to
Yeah.
Paul.
So there's a way to make sure you're not doing that. I think what's interesting is that the state legislature added that last one this last year. And it's basically you can't have a quorum acting outside the meeting in a way that predetermines a decision. What do you think that even means?
So three of us can't get on the phone and make a decision beforehand.
Basically.
Right, can't tell
Basically.
each other how
Yeah.
we're gonna vote
Yeah.
or try to influence the other person.
Right. The other side, the other part of that statute says that this is not to prohibit you from using electronic devices to contact each other outside of the meeting. You can do that. You just cannot talk about a subject, the three of you, and say, okay, here's how we're gonna vote, so that it's predetermined. That's all that means. Quorum is three of you, simple majority, unless otherwise, sometimes it's a simple majority. Now we talk about notifying the public. Every year, every public body in the city sends to Brooke a list of their meetings for that coming year, and that gets published so that the public can see a year, well, not a year in advance, but before, I think it's in November, December we do that. They can see what's coming up. Every meeting itself then has to be notified. You have to notify the public 24 hours in advance, and we do that by posting an agenda in certain places. Usually it's out here, it's on the Utah Public Notice website, it's on our website, sometimes it's on social media. But that has to be done 24 hours in advance, unless it's an emergency meeting, as you see there. There's also, I'll get into this a little later, but there's also a special meeting. Does anybody know what a special meeting actually is?
No, and I really don't understand what an emergency meeting is.
Well, emergency meeting, I mean, one example could be if you had some sort of natural disaster, earthquake or something, and you needed to start meeting to decide whatever it was, appropriations, I don't know what it would be. There could be an emergency there, but you're right. Very rare, if ever, will we have an emergency meeting. It's conceivable, it's just not very probable. A special meeting is any meeting that doesn't show up on that annual notice meeting schedule. There's nothing special about it, it's just called a special meeting. And the key there is that each of you get notified of that meeting in advance. The statute talks about that the clerk lets everybody know, and if they don't No, that's why you sign that document, if you remember signing off on a piece of paper that says special meeting. It's so the public knows you were informed about the meeting, so there's not some meeting called that one of you is not present at, so that it can't be voted because you're gonna be against it or something like that. So that's basically the special meeting idea.
The special meeting was when we did the Natalie Klein.
Yes.
Because it wasn't on the agenda, or the
Yeah.
annual.
So let's say hypothetically we post 23 hours in advance of the meeting. What are the ramifications?
So the only ramification of that is that whatever you decide to vote on could be undone.
Okay.
The other ramification potentially is, I think the legislature last year also included a provision that says that if a member of the public sues us, they can get their attorney's fees. Okay? So, it's a good question, really good question. The agenda itself has to be written with reasonable specificity so the public can understand what the items are on the agenda. Each topic is under a separate agenda item. And then, of course, we know that people can come to the meeting in the citizen comment section and talk about anything. We don't engage in terms of making a decision, but you're allowed to respond to that. I think one of the better things is to acknowledge it, thank them for it, and move on. Unless there's something you want to say, Mayor, would you look into this? Or if there's something that really piques your interest. There's nothing wrong with that. What we can do is make it a part of the agenda, discuss it, and vote on it. We can hold closed meetings. We've done that occasionally. That's typically what we've done it for is selling or purchasing real estate. So that there's not an advantage given to somebody else. We can discuss the character, professional competence, or physical, mental health of an individual. That typically is not something that we would discuss. But that is another reason. There's a list of reasons you can do it. Again, it's the real estate that we've primarily done that for. And in closed meetings, just so you know, minutes are taken. They're typically not public, but they are taken, and there could be a time when they would have to be disclosed. Here's the special meetings. The mayor can convene a special meeting as well as two council members. It's typically the way we've done it. It's been a consensus and has never been an issue. That's by statute that means. And then we can do these electronic meetings. Kind of became
the mayor can call us to
Yes.
order
in a special meeting. You can call the special meeting.
Have we ever done that? I mean, not in the time that
I've
I've
never
been.
seen that.
I didn't even know that.
I've never seen that in
No, I
27 and a half years.
Great, now he knows.
Yeah. We're gonna be here every day now. Just gonna call meetings left and right.
Wear you down.
No, never.
That's interesting.
So electronic meetings, all I want to say about this really is we've kind of had this standard practice for many, many years that we typically don't do this. I mean, if you're off on city business and you need to call in, that's fine. I think the thinking behind that is, as a city council person, people get to see that you're engaged, that you're there, that you're active, and that you're deliberating on their behalf. So we just haven't done that very often.
I'd like to see it more though, especially with my travel schedule.
Yeah, we'd have to change the ordinance that says if you're away on public business, on city business, then you can call in. So we'd have to change that, but it's one of those things where just hasn't come up that often.
So that's only when you're on city business you're supposed to call in. Because I know in the past there have been situations where people have been on vacation and they've called in.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So.
No.
Is that a,
Well,
so that's a
what
no-no?
I'm saying is, our ordinance is very specific.
Okay.
Okay,
Right?
so if
You probably could expand that. But the ordinance, which has probably been in place for I don't know how many years, 30 years, maybe more, I don't know. That's what that says.
The COVID changed that.
Well, it did change that to where we, under an emergency order, we're allowed to do this.
Yeah, because we held electronic meetings at that time.
We did. And of course, in a public meeting, if somebody disrupts it, that can be disorderly conduct, they can be escorted out.
by you,
Police, I'm not escorting anybody.
Mayor.
No.
the mayor?
He called the meeting.
That's right.
It's his punishment.
Final actions are voidable means that they can be undone. The Attorney General, go ahead.
So we need to always have police presence at our meetings.
Helps, it always helps. And I think Craig's typically here.
Yeah.
Craig usually.
There's
So-
always somebody,
and
we
if
always
he's
send
not,
somebody
you've
if he's
got-
not there.
Dispatch, wouldn't
Yeah.
take much
They are
to listen
across
to you.
Right there.
They are under-
911, it's your emergency.
Can you give us your location? Yeah, we're
Across the hall.
I mean, that is, if you call from out there, that's where it goes, because dispatch doesn't go inside here. So that's what we do
It's
as well.
quicker to run across the hall.
So public enforcement, the violations can be enforced by the Attorney General or the DA. Private enforcement is possible as well by a member of the public. And then the closed meeting violations are the only ones that are misdemeanors. They're the ones that you can avoid or are avoidable. Questions?
So text, email, what are the ramifications of having texts or emails that might somehow degrade something you're dealing with, or may share personal opinions, or that kind of concern?
So let me speak it in terms of one context, and you may mean it in a different context. One of the things that I think is important for a public body is to keep in mind it's sometimes the appearance of an impropriety that is not the worst in actual impropriety, but that's what people are perceiving, that it's actually something going on, right? So if I'm in the audience and I'm seeing one or more of you texting, then I'm going to assume you're talking to each other, even if that's not the case, right? So I think it's really important that if you can at all avoid that, it's not a family emergency or something, that you don't text each other up there. Otherwise, you're free to text, you're free to email. I think what you also need to keep in mind is some of those could potentially be public, if it's talking about a public thing. So I have to be careful with that. Tell me the context, you may have been in a different context.
No, that was good, but that was not the context I'm in. Okay, so if there's a controversial issue or a zoning issue or something that we're expressing our opinions about, if we're maybe denigrating an organization or something that we may be working with or deliberating on, or what
Is
are
that you mean outside of a meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
So that would be something that's probably subject to GRAMA,
Yes.
Government Records Access
That's
Management
what
Act,
I
where that could
want you
be,
to talk about.
that would have to be something we may have to give up if someone does a request for something like that.
And they
Yeah.
can request
They
that.
can request that, yes.
So text,
Yes,
emails.
emails, everything, yeah. For several years ago, there was a suggestion floated, which we declined to recommend, was that the council have a private blog. And that would clearly violate this.
Yeah.
right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was here, someone suggested that. So, yeah, electronics are a big deal these days, and I think you're just better off just being as professional as you can, whether you're sitting on the dais or whether you're anywhere you're at in your communications. It's just the best way to do it.
Yeah. We're talking by phone.
To make sure you can, yes. Any other questions?
We're in person.
All right, let's go on to the other training here. So this came about several years ago. I want to say it was Council Member Turner who proposed that we do this type of training, which I think is an excellent idea. At the time, the city had a policy, but that policy really applied to employees. And so in conjunction with this, we wrote a policy, essentially the same policy that now applies to the city council as well. And that policy is there is to maintain a work environment that's free from discrimination and intimidation, et cetera, et cetera. The question is who's covered by that? It's the Council Rule 9 is what we made that. Harassment is unwelcome conduct that's based on race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, childbirth-related medical conditions, national origin, age, disability, genetic information, marital status, sexual orientation, army discharge, veteran, military status, or presence of any mental or physical disability. So we'll talk in just a minute about sexual harassment, but harassment is more of a comprehensive definition than just sexual harassment. It is making demeaning comments, verbally or in writing, using these unwelcome epithets, gestures, other physical conduct based on protected classes. Those are the classes I just read through. Does not have to be of a sexual nature in order to be illegal. If the conduct is, for example, based on gender that's severe or pervasive enough, that can create a hostile work environment, which is also illegal. Sexual harassment is a form of sex discrimination, and it deals with basically it's conduct that affects your job, whether it is somebody asks you to submit to sexual conduct to keep your job or to get a raise. It somehow interferes with your work performance. That's basically what sexual harassment comes down to, and it's unwelcome. Unwelcome, this is what's kind of interesting to me is it's unwelcome because it's unwelcome by the person who's receiving the conduct. So it can be subjective that way. Also, it doesn't have to be sexually motivated. To be sexual harassment can be based on the victim's gender. That too is sexual harassment. And then there's some examples of inappropriate conduct. I think we all kind of know what is inappropriate and what is appropriate. I think the five of you know. I think what you want to be cognizant of is if you have a situation where one of your staff says they've been approached inappropriately, you would want to take action on that as well. Also, though, I think a lot of times as we get comfortable with each other, sometimes these come out as jokes or comments that really aren't serious but can still be offensive. So we need to be careful with that. Some more conduct that's really inappropriate. The days of the calendars, the suggested calendars, those are over. Suggested texts or emails as well. Those are the laws that apply. You got the federal law, you got state law, and then you've got our Rule 9 of the City Council rules. So here's where there's a divergence, and that is if the incident involves the administrative side, the complaint goes to the mayor. The administrative side would be a city employee, an appointee, could even be a vendor with an employee. That would go to the mayor. If it involves one of you or council staff, then that should come to me. And I can tell you what I would do is I would contact an outside counsel to come in and investigate it. And the investigation is simply meeting with the people involved and any witnesses and hearing what they have to say, and then making a recommendation based on that. That would probably come back to the full council if it was a council member who's being accused. So, any questions on that?
Not really a question as much as a comment.
Yeah.
One thing I didn't see on there is it has to be perceived by a reasonable person.
It does. Yeah.
I didn't see that on there, and I know like the federal law it harps on that a lot.
Yeah. Yep.
Because we're the weird world we live in. You get a lot of kind of outside the line stuff.
Yep, you do.
But yeah,
that's a good point because the person who is receiving the inappropriate conduct may perceive it way different than a reasonable person.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
And the way I look at a reasonable person is I figure if I had 12 people in the room, what would the majority of them say,
Right.
right? And you don't always know, but that's kind of the measuring stick I go by. So that's a good point. One of the things we really try to do is investigate promptly, and we can keep most of it confidential. It can't always be kept confidential. If someone accuses another person, that person's going to hear about it. They know where the complaint came from. Witnesses will know. Other than that, we try to keep it completely under wraps. And then corrective action, that depends on the nature of the offense. We've never had to do that as far as a counsel with an allegation against a council member. So let's keep it that way. And then, of course, we don't retaliate. That can make things just worse. Any questions on that? Okay, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're up.
Well, you're gonna stay.
I asked him to.
Please stay. Okay, so our next agenda item is me, update on 2025 legislative session. So, because I didn't have time to go home and type what I learned the last legislative update, the LPC meeting, I've just taken a lot of notes that I have not read over, but this was for today's meeting. I'm just gonna hit on just a few because we were just told today that there are 800 bills. And so 800 bills, that's a lot to even comprehend. So it is. So the LPC, the ULCT, the league is looking at bills that could have an impact on other cities, and we need to be mindful of other cities and support those cities that even though it may not have an impact on Murray, we need to be mindful that it may have an impact on those other cities. Is that what you got? Okay. So one of the new bills, honestly, I just don't know where to go, but HB 428 was on property tax changes from the gentleman that's always there, but he always sits right in front of me, and I cannot think of his
Taller guy?
Roger, yes. He says it's not gonna go anywhere. Please step in if I'm wrong, but right now, he just said, this isn't gonna go.
Is this the one would take the property tax exemption from 45 to 55%?
Yeah, he said that's not gonna go.
They've said that before, but it's
I
not
know.
gonna go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's 428, is that right?
The what?
Yes.
So what is it?
428, it was the property tax changes. It's the one where Roger was explaining, he says, all the years that I've been up there, it's never done.
Right.
And so,
However,
yes,
It's in a committee.
Yeah.
Like it hasn't even made it out of committee yet.
Right.
So
yeah.
it's not moving.
Um,
Though.
yeah, I know, that's the thing.
So I'm working off of two pieces of paper, now and last week's. The other one was the transient room tax, TRT amendment. The ULCT is evaluation this bill, and their position is pending. This increased the state TRT to 1.32%. It also gives county additional flexibility in spending their promotion dollars. It outlines that counties may contract with cities to spend the TRT revenue and guarantee seats on county tourism boards to higher impact cities. And the higher impact cities are those that see tourism lot up on where the mountains are, It's the skiers and all that. This one was SB 154 SJ1. And they oppose as drafted. And then they attach the SJR4. And it needs 2/3 vote. If this doesn't pass, then the SB 154 will fail.
and it's amending the court rules on attorney confidentiality.
Yes.
Okay, so
This
the
is-
legislators is auditing the amendments on
So this
that.
has comes from the Legislative Audit Committee, who apparently were a little frustrated with a former public figure who did not want to give out the calendar and things. And out of that frustration came this proposal that in a public body, when the legislative auditor asks, there would be no attorney-client privilege to be able to prohibit them getting information. So the league has been working on trying to knock that back a bit. And the significance of that is, if I were to speak to one of you in confidence, that legislative auditor could come in and say, you gotta disclose what you discussed, or disclose my memo or something that I would have written to you. And that's the concern. You want, at least from an attorney's perspective, you want full and frank conversations, right? I need all the information I can get.
Yeah.
And if you think that I'm gonna have to disclose it to the public, you're not gonna want to give me full and frank conversation. And I totally understand that. So we don't think that's a great bill.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a great bill.
Yeah.
Sounds awful. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just,
The other one that I really wanna hit hard on is the HB 465, it's the Law Enforcement Agency one. And they asked us to ask our Chief Burnett how he stands on that. But I don't know if you, the mayor, or anyone
I haven't yet,
has
no.
talked about any of that, but the league opposes this very much so.
Are you guys familiar with it?
Nope.
Yeah, I watched it today.
Yeah,
They
and-
wanna go scorched earth, it seemed like. They were.
So,
They're
is this the
sick.
one about Salt Lake City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first class
Well, this one was,
Yes, it does
well,
Salt Lake
this one
City, though.
is, the leagues oppose it as drafted, and if the city doesn't do the sign agreement, then they could hold back our gas tax revenue, and it varies cities to city.
Yeah, so the idea is that there is a city that someone in the legislature is unhappy with in terms of policing.
Mm.
And so what they've said is they want the Department of Public Safety to come in and make an agreement that they will come in and help police. And I wanna say, in
Yes.
terms of
Oh, it's that one.
also
Yes.
creating
Oh, no.
a real,
Yeah.
what they call the one strike force,
Yes,
Straight force.
yeah.
to do camping,
Yep.
to do.
Yeah, it says
things
also
like that.
hold back homeless, mitigate,
Yeah, so
mitigation,
I
yes.
think one of the things that was expressed today in this meeting at LPC, that's the lunch meeting that they have weekly, was you could make that agreement with the Department of Public Safety if you want to anyway. Why force it down
Yeah.
our throats? And the stick is, if Salt Lake City doesn't enter into an agreement, then I think they get their BNC road funds cut back, and they get their homeless shelter funds cut back.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. I mean, DPS could go in there anytime they want.
Yeah.
Anytime they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
And Salt Lake City couldn't do anything about it.
I
So,
like that they take the homeless funds, it's like, you have a homeless problem, so we're just gonna take away
Yeah,
the
we're
fund.
gonna take
Like,
money away.
help the problem, make it worse.
yeah. And they were saying, the mayor from Draper was saying, this is kind of like letting the camel's nose into the tent, because once that camel's nose is in the tent, this could open other areas that will
Sure.
bring forward,
Yeah.
so. Anyways, they're opposing this as it is. Let's see, I'm just trying to hit the ones that I just,
That was a big talk.
the election. So the election was on, let me find the bill, HB 300. Now, the HB 300 is about the election, and this is a mess. That's what I was told in my thing. The league opposes, as it's drafted, this bill. Too many what-ifs were brought up. Voters will have to bring in an ID to the drop-box areas, and 2 drop-box areas for each 10,000 citizens. So I would have 2, and District 1 could have 2, and so on and so on and so on. And so the hours of polling workers could not fit with voter schedules. This could impact the cost on the cities. Military missionaries will still be able to get their ballots in and could be looking at voters' last 4 digits of their driver's license. And then we asked, well, what about the senior citizens that don't have a driver's license? And they said, well, they have like an ID. And I'm going, well, what if they don't have an ID? And so anyways, their substitute language is coming and there are other options as of today in what they have said to us. But then again, it could change. The other one that I want to hit, what?
You kind of breezed over the cost it would have for us, that we would have to staff a polling worker
It
on
co-
ours.
Yes, and also I would have to have 2, you would 2,
Yeah,
you 2, you
which
2,
was
and you 2.
Part of the reason why cities were shifting to mail-in votes. It
Yes.
was never a state mandate, we shifted to because it was a pain in the butt to try to find polling workers.
Yes.
And so.
And that was brought up at the league.
And it's,
Yes.
yeah,
That.
that's something they brought up that for us, this shift really would impact us and make it really hard to, it increase our cost and make it harder to pull off an election.
Yes. And so back in the 80s, we had lots of lots of people that were at the polling place. They just did it.
Yeah.
And they were paid, not a lot, but they didn't mind doing it because it was at the schools.
Mhm.
So anyways, that one will come back. The other one I want to hit on, where was it? The billboards. So HB 198, the billboards, the staff opposes this bill as drafted, and this was triggered by the I-15 reconstruction. So I don't know how this will impact Murray, but I know.
Say how it could.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
But up north, it will impact them a lot.
So billboards is a very, maybe it's a cutthroat business, I'm not sure how they explain it, but they're really aggressive. And what's happening is they know that there's going to become an expansion, there's an expansion coming in Davis County where they're going to expand I-15, and that will take out several billboards. So for years, what they want to be able to do is to replace a billboard that's displaced. And the question is, how far can you go to replace it? And when this bill started off, you could have conceivably lose a billboard in Bountiful and put one up in St. George, because there was no limit to how far you could go along the road that it's taken off of. So now they're talking about putting limits on, okay, if it's within this, you can go same city within a mile or whatever it is.
0.5.
Yeah. So there, if I recall, we had a situation years ago where UDOT came to us and asked, hey, we have actually taken a billboard somewhere south of you. Would you let us agree to put one in, I want to say 53rd, near 53rd, and we agreed to do that. This would allow the billboard companies to do that just whenever, however they wanted to. And our concern is that it not be able to go from one city to the next just because they wanted to. That would be cherry picking some prime spots. I think now in Murraywood, billboards right now are not allowed, which means no new ones are allowed, so they're all grandfathered. So for our purposes, this would trump that likely. So they probably could, if they are able to go from one city to the next, then they probably could come here if they can find. You got distance requirements, and we have quite a few along 15. I don't know what those, if that really would have any impact on us, because I don't know how many we have vis-a-vis what space is left.
Any kind of billboard?
What do you mean, like whether it's electronic or otherwise?
Yeah. So any kind of billboard.
So they could take an electronic billboard from and move it here and under this, even if our ordinance doesn't allow it.
And the
I believe they
impact
could,
of
but we do allow
the
them on
neighborhoods.
I-15. Yeah,
Yeah, but they have to be so far away from
yeah,
housing.
residents, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fight, that's one of the big fights with billboard companies.
But there's so many bills.
But I remember there, one time when there were 1,100.
Yeah, okay, they 1,200 one year.
Oh, it'll be at least 1,200 this year.
Oh.
Yeah, this is just.
We're not done.
No.
We're halfway through.
We're not done.
That's
And-
why I thought
and
800, that's not.
I'm not throwing any legislators under the bus. I'm not. That's not my purpose. But there was a really great article, and I'm going to adjourn, from Deseret newspaper that said the legislators have got to take a few steps back and look at what they're doing to the cities. And that was reported in the Deseret newspaper. Very short article. It was really good article. But how many more do we have left? Two? Two more. And then we'll have GL, we'll have our lobbyists here, and they will just unpack everything. But right now, I think the major thing that's hitting a lot of these communities, these cities, is the union. I really, really do. I think this
Yeah,
union.
it's a done deal, right?
No, because I heard from a teacher that in June or July, they could come back and they could do a little bit of work on it. That's my understanding from a teacher friend who is associated with the MEA and all that. And so if they do it, they do it. If they don't, they
As of
don't.
right now, it is.
It is, right now, it is a done deal and that's here
No
now.
bueno.
So I will adjourn this meeting and we'll have time to go to the ladies' room, restroom, and then we start at, what?
5:30, we're gonna have a break next and then 5:30. Please leave me your committee of the whole packets, so I can.
Oh, I thought it was 5.
No.
So,
Meal time right now.
I took a break at 5.
Okay.
It's 5:30 and time for the redevelopment agency for Murray City. Today is Tuesday, February 18th. And let's see, it looks like all of the members of the RDA agency are present. We have the mayor, and we also have Brooke, and we have Jennifer. So, and GL is on his way. All right. So the first thing we have is approval of minutes. Then we have citizen comments, and all citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes or less, and email comments will be entered into the meeting record. So we'll get started with number 1, which is approval of the minutes for January 7th, 2025 and January 21st, 2025, and I will take them together. Does anyone have any changes? Okay, I will take a motion.
I will make a motion that we approve the minutes for January 7th and January 21st, 2025.
Second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. We are now at citizen comments, and I already indicated that they're limited to 3 minutes or less, and we do allow email comments. So are there any citizen comments at this time? Were there any email? Okay. All right, we will then continue on. Our first action item is to consider a resolution amending the RDA bylaws, updating the location of the RDA offices, and Chad Wilkinson will be presenting. Hi, Chad.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, actually, you covered most of the presentation. This is a resolution that would change the bylaws. It would change the location for the RDA from the old City Hall location, 5025 South State, to our new location, 10 East, 4800 South. That's the extent of it. We would recommend the RDA board to make this change to your bylaws. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, that's, all right. Ew, I know. Yeah.
Is this done every year or just because you're just doing some clerical work?
I think it's
Cleaning
good to
of
look at the
books.
bylaws each year and see if there needs to be some changes made. Obviously, this is a fairly major one because we have moved locations, so this would only happen once
Right. Okay.
conceivably. Maybe within, at least in our careers, it will happen once. So, yeah, but this is also a good thing to look at each year to see if there are some tweaks that need to be made.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is an action item, and if there are no more questions, I would appreciate a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution amending the RDA bylaws, updating the location of the RDA offices.
Second?
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
No.
All right. Brooke, would you call the roll?
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye.
Mr. Goodman?
Aye.
Ms. Turner?
Aye. Thank you, Brooke. Okay, now we have a presentation for our item number 4, which is Rockworth Companies and staff will present a proposed development of the properties known as Block 1, which is from 4800 South to 5th Avenue and Hanauer Street to State Street. And so Rockworth and RDA staff will be presenting. Hi, Chad.
Hello again. Thank you, Chair. This is just a brief introduction of our Rockworth folks that are here with us tonight. We're very pleased to have the Rockworth team here. We have Tom Henrioth and Sarah Demelka from Rockworth. Rockworth, as you remember, back in August of 2024, was selected as given kind of exclusive rights to negotiate for this development by action of the council. So we're here tonight to show the culmination of the last several months of efforts in designing a development that really responds to a lot of different things, responds to the plans that we've articulated in various general plans and plans for our downtown, concerns that have been articulated by the council, by staff. Rockworth has had a chance to take all of those comments and to bring them into a design that we're going to be presenting to the public for the first time tonight. We're excited for you to see it. This is, again, an exciting opportunity that I've been looking forward to for a long time. When I was here before in Murray, we were working on the very preliminary stages of acquiring some properties so that this development could be facilitated. We're excited that we're to this point in the discussion. So I'm going to turn some time over to the Rockworth team to present the plans for Block 1, and then once they're done, I'll get up and just give a little bit of a conclusion and talk about next steps, what the next things that will be happening both at the city council level and as part of the RDA board's actions. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I get set up here? Give me just a moment. All right. Let's see. Perfect. Good evening. Thank you guys so much for having us, and it's good to see you all again. Most of you are familiar faces, a couple of new faces, but we really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to continue the conversation about Block 1. It has been wonderful to work with your staff. They are so kind and generous, and it's been a great opportunity to kind of come together and learn about the city's wants and needs, the community's wants and needs, and you all's kind of desires for this site. And we feel very honored to have been selected to work through this process. So for those of you who don't know us, we're Rockworth Companies out of Holiday, Utah, a full-service real estate development firm, acquisitions, property management, real estate development. A couple bullet points here just to show you guys who we are, but really what we wanted to drive home here is Rockworth Companies is the developer of Holiday Village. And I think that was really one of the main reasons that Murray City decided they wanted to chat with us, is that we were able to execute kind of this historic downtown Main Street feel in Holiday, and we're hoping to provide something similar in Murray at this amazing Block 1 location. So a similar type of uses, the walkability, best of local restaurants and retailers, similar to Holiday Village. So as you all know, Murray Block 1 is sitting right across the street. This is kind of the current state of the site and the parcels that we're discussing today. And this is what we're looking at as the proposed site plan. So with y'all's comments as well as the city staff, we've been kind of massaging this site plan to come up with something that's similar to Holiday Village, but best suits this site. Our thought initially is to have, some kind of a mixed use office and retail along Main Street, in keeping with kind of the character of the historic Main Street feel. We're proposing at the moment somewhere around 40,000 square feet of office and retail, so about 20,000 square feet on the main floor, 20,000 above, similar in size to Holiday Village, with a restaurant pad on the corner. We're also proposing an apartment complex in the north corner of the site. It's kind of that L-shaped corner, plan north. And currently we're talking about, somewhere in the 150 units, mix of studios, 1s and 2 bedrooms. More modest in size, not a huge tower, but with appropriate parking. Parking included to, make sure that the city parking that was taken over is accounted for. And here's kind of the unveiling of the beautiful renderings that we've been working on. So again, we really want to take into account everybody's ideas and wants and needs for the site, and hope to continue to massage that with you all in the community as we progress. Right now, we're looking at kind of trying to create this historic downtown feel, mix of uses, different building facades, different windows and eyebrows and parapet heights and articulation in the building to really create kind of that historic Main Street feel. Here is another rendering from another perspective, some maybe other color elements, colorways that we could utilize. Again, something similar to Holiday Village, where we've got, kind of that gateway feel into the city. It has the clock tower element, something that really shows, this is Murray. You want to be here. There's a party going on this site and you're missing out. This is our proposal kind of for the back side of the site, the apartment portion. Something that's, masonry. It feels very historic, very, very in keeping with Murray City. I will probably stop there. See if we have questions, comments. Pat, I know you said you wanted to continue as well.
I just want to, before you have any questions, Council, just talk about a couple of things process-wise, but also just talk about this plan. I think one of the things that's been very impressive to me is how Rockworth has responded to both the comments from staff and things that they've heard, in various meetings with the council, things that are important to them. One of the things that we were excited about with this particular elevation, I don't know if I can point here, but one of these facades has been designed specifically to emulate the Murray Mercantile Building. That's something important. We're trying to keep some of those historic elements. The two-story design was, again, something that was very important as articulated by the council to try to keep that historic look and feel of Murray's downtown along State Street. So very important. Of course, there is a residential component that Sarah talked about. That also is another place where there was some back and forth, some design revisions to respond to both comments heard by the council and staff to make this more of a consistent development with historic Murray. So we're excited about that. We're excited about the changes that have been made. Before we go into questions, maybe I'll just outline a little bit more about the remainder of processes that will occur. We had a brief discussion in Committee of the Whole about one of the next steps, which would be to potentially designate one of these properties as surplus. That's a city property right now. If you look at that, it's the property that would be essentially in this portion of the development. That would be a portion of the review that would have to come before the City Council to public hearing. We have that public hearing scheduled for March 4th. That'll be an opportunity for anyone from the public to come in and give comments, ask questions about that process. After that, the next step would be for the RDA board to consider a development agreement. Now, we've been working back and forth with Rockworth on that development agreement. We forwarded that to them. They're going to give us their comments back. We're going to continue to work through that. We hope to have that at your next RDA meeting, which would be March 18th. That's what our goal is. We're shooting for that. We're going to work through those comments, we hope, by that time. So once those two steps have taken place, once the RDA board has heard and decided on whether or not to enter into a development agreement, then we would take next steps to actually get into the nuts and bolts of final design and of implementing this plan. So that's just, again, a brief overview of next steps, the big steps that are coming in the process. Happy to answer any questions, and I know that Sarah and Tom are happy to answer any questions you may have as well.
And Chad, maybe given this plan as well, I'll elaborate just a hair more on a couple of the comments that we received previous that are maybe a little bit hard to see on the plans. So the city has worked very hard on kind of a green open space plan for the site that's kind of in the bottom left corner of the screen. And so a goal of ours is to make sure that we're creating kind of a marriage with that site, walkability and open space, and kind of creating an awesome element where we incorporate that into the overall feel. And so if you look at the buildings, they're broken up with patios and landscaping and open space to kind of create this circulation throughout the site. A comment that we heard also from the city was, obviously this is a larger building, and because of that, there isn't that opening in the building to kind of access through. We are proposing to do kind of a breezeway through so that there is access through this building. It's just hard to see, given that this is an overall floor plan. So those are a couple of the comments that we had received that are maybe a little harder to address without talking through them. So.
Sarah, would you mind talking about the parking plan?
Yeah,
Surface
not
parking,
at all.
garage parking?
Yeah, so as you can see on this plan, this is kind of main level surface parking, but this is not the extent of the parking. We are proposing here as well as here, 2 entrances down to some underground parking. The main reasons for the underground parking would be to kind of allow for the surface parking to be for kind of the retail and office tenants, and to have those apartment tenants parking underground during, so that we're not like creating too much tension with the parking. We can also create more parking underground, which allows for city staff to have some access to parking. So there will be an underground parking structure. It's a little bit hard to tell in this picture, but the blue line is the outline of that parking structure as proposed. So it's this whole area. So it's quite a big area. Yeah, of course.
Any questions from the board that we could answer?
I was just gonna see, are there any questions from the board?
So how will, how will the employees know where to park? Is there going to be a designated area? Will there be signs like city employees only? So someone's not parking in their stall? Is it going to be a keypad where a gate comes up and they have access 24/7 because some employees like to come in and do some work or whatever, or they're late at night? I'm just curious how they will access into that parking? And will there be special areas for those that need a handicap parking area? And I just want to make sure, as a council member, that everyone that works in this building has a place that they can park and have a parking stall.
Yeah, I'll take a stab and then let Sarah add on to that, but we have right now in the draft development agreement, as we're talking about this, we have different options. It's a palette of different choices. Certainly a keypad, a gated access, that's one option. We want to make sure it's whatever we decide on is the right option, and that'll come back before the board as we go through that. We want to make sure that we're doing this the right way that makes the most sense. In terms of disabled person parking spaces, we want to have those in the right locations as well. There are some code requirements for those disabled person parking spaces. They'll need to be in accessible locations. In terms of this building, you're probably going to want those disabled person parking spaces for this building closer, like the spaces that we have here, so you don't have to cross the street to get to those spaces. But certainly to serve that development, there will be some of those ADA parking spaces available. Anything you want to add to that?
No,
Sarah?
I think the main answer is that we're flexible and we're working through it. So we're open to the conversation. As currently proposed, the downstairs parking garage will be a fully secure, fully gate accessed area. But if we are putting the parking for the city there, then yes, you guys would have a fob and you would be able to access that for whatever hours are needed. You know, let's say a certain staff member comes in at 6 a.m. and leaves at 9, we will work with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say, once again, thank you for, at least in concept, for having the Murray Mercantile facade there.
Yeah.
That's going to mean a lot for our people. Many people have fond memories of that building, and to be able to just have a facade that pays homage to that, I think it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And also, could you explain why, I don't know how to word this and not be offensive, but
No, that's okay.
so
Go
be
for
it. Can you explain why you want to do an apartment complex? And also, can you tell us also how the bottom level is going to be apartments, but eventually it can turn into businesses or, right? Is that what I understood from the report that I was given? Maybe I'm wrong, but go ahead.
I think she's talking about the design of those with the higher ceiling heights on the first floor.
Okay.
That could allow
Yeah.
for some adaptive.
Yeah, we haven't contemplated adaptive reuse of
Oh.
the bottom level.
okay.
So it's something that we're willing to talk about. The apartment buildings, typically, we do our higher ceiling levels on the first and the top levels.
Yeah.
So again, it's something that we can talk about. I would love personally a world where condominium development is an option. It's something actually that Tom and I are working very actively with the Utah legislature to change. But condo development is really, really difficult. And unless you're buying and building luxury condos, they can be really hard to get off of the ground. So for us, you know, not to throw myself under the bus, but the typical apartment dweller who is able to afford an apartment is somebody like me, at an AMI like me. And so my hope would be that a gorgeous apartment complex like this actually breathes beautiful life into this project, right? And it kind of creates this awesome meld of people who live on the site and are also patronizing those restaurants and retail kind of at all hours. And it creates just a beautiful flow. This is a big enough site that it can support some housing. Again, if it could be condos and if, you know, some of the liabilities and the financing and the hurdles could change, we would love that. But that's not really the world that we live in at the moment.
And also because the plans on the State Street is lower, you've got to have something that is feasible for you as a developer. And so
yes,
the apartments help that, because that was one thing in the survey. They did not want anything tall on State Street. They wanted that eye level. They wanted that familiar feeling.
Yeah, this is definitely a modest site. By no means are we maximizing its use. You know, maximizing its use would look like a 7-story apartment building across the whole site and possibly 300 to 500 units, right?
Yes.
So I think the goal here is to create a modest development that's really in keeping with the Main Street feel of Murray. And we're able to do that because of the generosity of Murray City and the partnership, and we're appreciative of that opportunity.
I'll just add the other side of that, which is we're very appreciative that we have a development partner that's willing to look at designs that don't necessarily maximize that development potential on the site. And I think that's important. And part of the discussion we'll be having with you in the next few weeks is related to things that the city can contribute to make that happen. Because there is, as you mentioned, there is a financial consideration for this project as well. It needs to be able to be feasible. So that's where, and this is really the purpose of RDAs. This is where you come in when we have land acquisition, when we have parcel consolidation, all these things that are difficult for a developer to accomplish very well. We have two things going for us. We have some of the RDA laws that have been passed that allow us to use tax increment dollars for some of these things. But the city also has the advantage of time, right? We've had, I mentioned before that we've been working on this project for many, many years, and that I was involved in some of the original acquisitions over a decade ago. So it does take time for these acquisitions to occur as properties come up for sale. So this is a place where a public-private partnership can really work well as we bring what we have to offer, which is the tools that the RDA has available to it. And the developer, we have a willing developer that's willing to listen to you and bring a design that really meets the vision and the goals and objectives for that downtown that we've been working on for a long time.
I appreciate that. I've been on the council for about 11 years, well, almost going on 12. We've been trying to develop this for that whole time. And anyway, we've been trying to develop this. We've had a few offers, but this, from my perspective, far exceeds what we've had up till now, and I really appreciate it. My concern is the parking, as council member Ham also is concerned, and I think with good reason. It sounds like you're aware of that, and I appreciate that, and I know that our CED department is very aware of it as well, and so hopefully we can work together. But I think it's a great plan, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And on the parking, we are working together. It's in the development agreement. We're working through solutions and options. So definitely a conversation we'll continue to have and develop to make sure it works for everyone.
Thank you. I mean, we just want to make sure that our employees are safe and that they have places to park, and also visitors. So anyway, and I know you're aware of that, so I won't continue ad nauseum, but thank you.
Yes, of course.
This question isn't for, it's for Chief Middleton back there. So this will be the first underground parking structure for Murray. What kind of additional concerns do you have with this, with car fires, EV fires down there? Has this been kind of thrown around the firehouse as far as new training that's going to have to be brought on?
I haven't seen this set of plans yet as far as the rough draft, and so I'm wondering if it's multiple story underground or if it's just a single story. But either way, the answer will be what they would end up being required to put in is a sprinkler system on the underground system, and then also it would have a standpipe system where we would hook up top and then be able to plumb that water system down in through the structure. And so that will definitely eat into their cost, and I assume that they've thought about that.
Yes, it's accounted for, and it is a single level.
A single level, yeah. So one of the concerns that we're working through now would just be to make sure that any EV parking, if we could keep it up on the surface, that seems to be a much better fire protection system rather than if we ever were to have an EV fire, that high heat can cause a lot of damage. Where code allows it to go down into parking structures underground currently right now, but it is definitely not suggested, tested, or proved in society. So I would strongly advise just the builders as well as the city, if we could keep that up top, that would be a much better idea for it. Which the downside is then, if you have an EV car, you're not getting the shade. Down below is the downside. But anyhow, there's just a couple of cases across the world that are having these issues with parking structures now being placed out of service or out of commission for it. So, but they are nice to have that shade. So maybe some shade up top would be good for them.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks,
Any
Chief.
other?
No, that was it.
So I have two questions. First, I'll keep on the parking train that we're on.
I told her no ad nauseum.
Is the idea for the residents to be on the lower floor and then visitors on the upper floor of the parking?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And then are the apartments, we're looking at market rate
Correct.
across the board? Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, I guess we're good. Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
Yeah, thank you all.
All right, that's the last part of our agenda, so we are adjourned.
Welcome, everyone, to our Murray City Municipal Council City Council meeting, February 18th, 2025. I appreciate everyone here. Thank you. And I would ask you to please silent your cell phone, and if you need to take a call, please take it out in the hallway. Thank you again, and I have asked Jessica Goodman to do our Pledge of Allegiance. And Jessica, I think it's already on. No, come. I think it's already on the microphone.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks. Do you want me to leave it on?
Thank you, Mrs. Goodman. Okay, the next item of business is the approval of minutes. Has the council looked over the minutes? Is there any corrections or concern on the minutes of council meeting January 21st, 2025, and special council meeting January 21st, 2025? If not, I will take a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the minutes for the council meeting January 21st, 2025, and the special council meeting January 21st, 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Turner and a second by Councilman Goodman. And all in favor?
No.
Oh. Brooke. Sorry.
Voice?
Oh, voice
Voice.
vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I know. I will take a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Say thank you. Aye. Oh, no, it's no problem. I need to be corrected if I need to be. Okay, next is citizen comments. Please come to the microphone. It should be on. You will have 3 minutes. Step to the microphone, state your name and the city of residence, and then could you please look to Patty? She is in a red, blue, holding the clipboard. Fill out the required form, and we will go from there. Citizen comments. Well, seeing there's no citizen comment, we will just move right along. So, Mayor, you and I are going to go down and see our Murray City Employee of the Month, Kelly Lloyd, Parks Equipment Operator 1, and with Bruce Holyoke.
Thank you so much.
I've been sitting here going, I know I met him, I know I met him, I know I met him, where did I meet him? The luncheon.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, well, I'm not going to take all the wind out of the mayor's sail, so I'm going to let him do the talking. But what really, when I was reading about you, was that you started working part-time for Murray City Parks in 2008, and you love baseball, and you were active in coaching Liberty League, and while your children were young, and in 2008, the park division was in need of a caretaker for Ken Price, and you took over that. So I'm going to let the mayor continue on your history.
Okay.
I'll let Bruce do most of this, but Kelly, come on over, Kelly. Kelly is like, let me tell you, he's one of the kindest employees. He's always saying hi to you, making sure he just recognizes you when you're coming around, and he's always happy, and I don't know if you're happy at home, but I'm sure you are, but he is one of the happiest guys around here, and it kind of shows what he's made of, and he treats everyone with respect, and so this is a well-deserved thing for you, so.
I appreciate those kind words, I
So
do.
we appreciate you, Kelly.
You
Yeah,
betcha,
thank you.
you betcha.
Okay, and then Pam's gonna give you a little money.
Oh, okay.
So in here is your certificate.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank
And then this is not for you, it's for your significant other.
Okay.
No, it's, anyways,
you.
but thank you, we really appreciate it.
Well-
And maybe you could tell us who's with you this evening? Oh, and then Bruce.
What
And
you
we're
supposed
leaving.
to say?
Since I've never done this, I face here, I assume.
Yeah.
So Kelly is a great employee in so many ways. He's a great example to our new people that come in for his work ethic. And I know that Kelly embodies a true public servant. And he's a great example of how a person that works for a public entity like Murray City should be. So I appreciate him from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate his wisdom. And like the mayor was saying, he's a very happy person. And I don't think I've ever heard him say a negative thing about anybody. So maybe about me once in a while behind I don't know. But anyway, he's just a great guy. And you can just see by talking to him and looking at him what he does. So I'll just turn some time over to him and he can say what he wants. But we just really appreciate him in the parks and he does a fantastic job. So congratulations.
Well, thank you again.
Well deserved.
Thank you. You're a good man. Well, thank you, everyone, for recognizing me. I'm still trying to figure out why I'm the employee of the month, but I'll take it. I truly love everybody I work with. I'm happy to see my good friend Flip over here. I work with Flip on a daily basis, and he's a dang good man, and so is Bruce. They're both really, really good, fair people, and I love everybody I work with. My wife is sitting right there. She's a good egg. She puts up with a lot, trust me. But anyway, I thank you again for this and for it makes me feel really good. So thank you. Okay?
Thank you again. And we won't have you have to stay for the whole meeting, but if you'd like to, you can, but. Okay, our next item is the consent agenda. I am going to turn this whole time over to the mayor, presenting those appointments. Mayor?
So Mrs. Lloyd, just make sure, Kelly's wife, just make sure he doesn't say it's $25 because it's 150, so make sure you get all that. It's only 50, but take 150 from me. I've seen you, Kelly, where you said 25, and I know, so. Anyway, thank you for being here. We appreciate you. All right, we have some confirmations, and you just want me to read them, Pam?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm going to turn everything over to you,
Okay.
and you can do
All right,
it.
thank you. Okay, so our first one is to consider, and if you're here, will you please stand for the council? And I've had the opportunity to interview, and these are all amazing. All our volunteers are amazing. These are some great volunteers for our senior center, so. We'd like to consider the confirmation of the mayor's appointment to Chuck Dillard to the Murray Senior Recreation Center Board for a term beginning February 2025 through January 2028. There we are. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Also, a consideration of the confirmation of the mayor's appointment of Lisa Becerra to the Murray Senior Rec Center Board for a term beginning February 2025 through January 2028. Lisa's here. Thank you for being here, Lisa. Also, consider confirmation of the mayor's appointment of Roseanne Coleman to the Murray Senior Rec Center Board for a term beginning February 2025 through January 2028. And you're here. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate all of the interviews were great. You guys are amazing. So thank you for all you do. Corey, where's Corey? Corey. Thank you for all you do to lead out in that. And Corey, he was really quite passionate about you three. He was really saying we need to get them on the board, and so this is like a confirmation back east. So get ready for a lot of questions. I'm kidding, they don't do that. But anyway, and then for fun, I thought I'd just let you know, Roseanne Coleman, her son, was the one that we got to meet. He won a silver medal in the Olympics for climbing. Is that the word? Nathaniel Coleman. It was for what? Sport climbing. First time, right? It was the first year when he did that. So he was the first one to ever receive that award. And he's really blessed our city with some things that where people talk about. And we're going to start getting him to maybe come around and do some things too now that we have a connection here. So anyway, thank you all three for being here. And then we will turn it over. You can be seated, and then we'll turn the time over to the council for their confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. It has been moved and second that the consent agenda be approved. Brooke, can you do a roll call for us?
Mr. Goodman.
Aye.
Ms. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Hawk.
Aye.
Mr. Pickett.
Aye.
Ms. Cotter.
Aye. The motion has passed and approved, and thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you guys don't have to stay. You can go too and have a lovely dinner. Thank you. Okay, so now that we're done with that, we are on to public hearing. Consider an ordinance relating to land use amends the general plan, turn page from office to high density residential, and amends the zoning map from G-O general office to R-M-25 multifamily high density residential for the property located at 825-865 East, 4800 South, Murray City in Zachary. Nope, it's Chad Wilkinson that will be presenting. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you. Chair, Mayor, Council, thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk about this proposal. This is, Zach is a little bit under the weather today, so I'm covering for him, and I need to get my screen to the right spot here real quick. Okay, there we go. Thank you again, Council. Again, as was stated, this is a future land use plan amendment and a zone map amendment. Property, as was described before, 825 and 865 East, 4800 South. Property shown there on the map, you can see outlined in blue. This is about 2.93 acres. Notable surrounding uses there. You've got Van Winkle Expressway there on the north, shown where the cursor is. You've got the 4800 South running there to the south of the site. You want to get my mouse come back there? There we go. 4800 south of the south, 9th east there along the eastern side of that property there. Going to go to the zoning map. You can look at the zoning map. As was stated, this is an existing general office zone surrounded by a number of different uses. You've got some single-family homes to the west, additional multifamily use to the east and south, some commercial to the north, and then some additional multifamily to the north and west there. This includes two applications, as we stated. One is for the zone map amendment. The other is for a future land use map amendment. The future land use is part of our general plan. This designates just what it says, what the future land uses ought to be for different properties. In this case, the existing future land use designation is for office. The applicant proposes to change that to high-density residential to facilitate that RM25 zoning that they've proposed. Couple of different things to look at as we consider a zone change, as we consider a future land use map amendment. What are the uses? What are the uses that are allowed? What are the uses that are proposed? This gives you an idea of what's allowed in the office zone. As you may expect, mostly related to office use. These are generally office business type uses. There are two zones that comply with this future land use designation of office. One is our general office zone, which is what we've got there now. The other is the RNB, which is a residential neighborhood business. Some distinction between those two zones and where they are best suited. This has been an office development for a long, long time and had that office designation for many, many years. That's just a brief description of the uses there. With higher density residential, of course, the idea is that these are zones that would support multifamily, could be townhomes, could be apartments. You can kind of see some of the different characteristics. Usually you're in areas that have access to frequent transit. There are areas that are in these centers and the corridors. A lot of times along higher traffic streets is where you'll see these multifamily designations. This just gives you an idea of some of the difference in standards. You can see that there are some slight differences in the height of the different zones, setbacks, as included on the slide there. This received a public notice. There was a Planning Commission hearing held on October 17th. The Planning Commission did have comments that were submitted there. You can see that there was one in opposition, one in favor of the proposal at that meeting. As we've reviewed this as planning staff, the general plan is a living document. It is a document that from time to time we do look at revisions to. There are really a few different reasons why you'd consider changing a general plan land use designation. One would be a change in circumstances. Has something fundamentally changed since the adoption of the general plan that would lead us to want to consider a change to the general plan land use designation? Another would be, was there an error made when the general plan was originally adopted? Was there something that wasn't looked at the time that should have been looked at? Another might be that was there, sometimes when general plans are looked at, they're looked at in broad strokes. We don't get into the individual properties and that refined in those analyses. So in this case, it's really that first one that we feel applies. There's been a change in circumstances since the adoption of the general plan. As we know, the global pandemic in 2020 has caused a change to the way that office markets work. This property is in need of some reinvestment. It has been an office building for a long, long time. There's been some over the years, just as happens with all developments, there's been some things that have happened to cause us to need some reinvestment to continue as an office building. And so this is a good time to think about whether or not there's a justification for a change in our land use and our zone maps. We've looked at this. I want to go back to the zoning map really quick. The surrounding zoning. You can see in the surrounding zoning, you do have a mix of different uses. I'm going to go back to that zoning map actually. So this is the GO zone. You can see to the southeast, as I mentioned, this is an RM10 zoning designation. There's an RM15 just to the north and west. It's pretty common, the development pattern along this area, that there is really a strong presence of multifamily type development. One of those, the Miller Apartments development, has been there for, again, many decades, since the 1970s. So this is an area that it's not without precedent that there is some multifamily, some higher density use along Van Winkle. And again, along those higher traffic corridors, this is a place where we do typically see these types of higher density uses. So as staff has looked at that and created our findings, we've looked at those factors, that this is consistent with the development pattern in those areas. You can see that there's a couple of different findings there, that the potential impacts can be mitigated, that we have some of the goals and objectives of the general plan that this potential zone change could accomplish. And the Planning Commission did review this, had a public hearing on October 17th and voted 7-0 to recommend a favorable recommendation for the general plan amendment and zoning map amendment. I'm going to end my presentation there. I know the applicant has some other things they'd like to say, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
I will let the applicant come up. Yep, I want to hear their do we want to hear their presentation before we make any bring any questions? Or do you want to do the questions while they're up here, the applicant, or?
I just have a question of Chad. I'm just wondering, what is the most, if this is approved, how many units could possibly be in that area?
Without the density bonus that's available through the code, they're right at 64 units.
64.
Yeah, there are some additional things that they could do in terms of design, affordability, that would allow them to potentially get a few more units than that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, so thank you.
And the height could go up to 40, correct?
Yes, and my
Okay.
understanding is that there was a consideration for a variance to building height. That
There
was
what?
approved. A consideration for a variance to building height that was approved on this property at some point, so that would run with the land as well.
Okay. And I'll ask the applicant when they come up here, so that's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
We'll have the applicant come up now? Okay, let's have the applicant come up now. Oh, no.
Hey Chad, could you leave like one of the maps up for me?
They're going to have a presentation.
Oh,
that
you
they'll
have
do,
a
and then- yep,
presentation?
Yep.
Awesome. I'll shut up.
Bear with me a sec while I set this up. Can you all see that
Yep.
on your screens?
Yes,
Great.
we can. Thank you.
My name is Adam Hughes. I'm with Lotus Company. Mayor Hales, Council Chair Cotter, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak.
The microphone, is the microphone on?
Is it on? Yeah,
Yes.
it's on.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to start with kind of unpacking the history of this project dating back to, I mean, we've owned this since 2016. And we first started looking for a redevelopment solution for this property starting in 2022. And so the first part of this presentation is going to talk through kind of what's changed in the market, what necessitates a redevelopment here at this site, and our thought process in terms of trying to identify an appropriate use for redevelopment. Please keep in mind that redevelopment has to occur within economic parameters that are acceptable. And when you're talking about a redevelopment, we're not talking about buying a farmer's field and putting in new physical facilities with a very low land basis. We're talking about an existing business park for redevelopment. Most often, redevelopment doesn't work by itself and requires incentives. In this case, we've come forward with a project that does not require any incentives and is just asking for a rezone. So please keep that in mind as we have a dialogue regarding this project, that there are economic parameters that we're hoping to meet on this project, which is why we're proposing this rezone application. But to begin with, Spring Pines is a Class C office park. It was built roughly 50 years ago. It was constructed with a motel-style development, which means that the elevator, the stairs, the hallways, they're all exposed to the elements. There are crawl spaces underneath the buildings that are also exposed to the elements, and they are not in great shape. The motel-style construction requires a high level of repair and maintenance because of the exposure to the elements, and I'll get into market conditions, but one of the reasons why we're looking to redevelop this is because the market has moved away from us. Class C office, in many instances, is not a tenable product anymore as a result of COVID. And what you're seeing with office users is they're either migrating back to work from home or a hybrid workforce, which means that they still have demand for office, but it's gone down dramatically, or a flight to quality. And what that means is someone can get a better quality offering at a same or lower rate, and so they move to a higher quality asset. one of the challenges that we have with this particular location is we do not own the frontage along Van Winkle. That is owned by Salt Lake City. And as a result, the property from a commercial standpoint is really impaired. With no visibility, finding a commercial use for the site is very difficult. And I would also say that when you're looking at office developments and office users, they're really wanting surrounding amenities. They're wanting amenities for their employees. They're wanting amenities for their visitors as well. And this product is really surrounded by residential. I would say it's a spot zone that accommodated a market use 50 years ago. And moving forward with commercial is just not a suitable use for this location. This is a 2-year vacancy trend that we wanted to show. When we first approached the city back in 2022, our vacancy was around 10%. We knew coming down the pike that we were going to be losing a number of tenants because of COVID and because of the factors that I've described. And so we were wanting to find a solution of how we could redevelop this property in this location. Since that time, our occupancies declined. Our vacancies almost quadrupled, close to 40%. We've had to lower our lease rates, and all of our leases are on a month-to-month basis. And that's important to note because once you get past a certain point where reinvestment is not warranted in a property, you can't guarantee leasehold rights to tenants. And that's what's happening with this property. That's why we are on month-to-month leases. So reduced revenue coupled with high vacancy has created financial constraints that really prevent marketability for this property moving forward. In addition, there are 4 other Class C general office products within, I'd say, a 3-mile radius of this site and location. Removing our product, which is about 40,000 square feet, is equivalent to removing any one of those. And what happens when you remove supply from a market, you'll start seeing more equilibrium across those other product types, across those other products. And this would be a benefit to the other remaining Class C general office in the market. Other tenants that are looking for Class C, they'll help stabilize those other assets. Let's see. I already talked about that. So our thought process is we were evaluating this asset and what potential it would have for redevelopment. We really looked at another project that we've done in another community that was along the river that was received really well. And that was the impetus behind us approaching the city back in 2022, asking for a rezone to accommodate a similar product type. Now, this is a for-rent townhome development along the Ogden River. And while Murray is definitely not Ogden, there were some similarities in terms of what natural amenities and resources were around our site and the site that we redeveloped here. And that's what really led us to wanting to get the rezone, was to replicate a successful project that we had done elsewhere. And there's, supportive economics, supportive market trends that would have supported this product. So not to show you, what the end project is going to look like, but just to give you some insight into what our thought process was as a property owner and looking for a solution for this site and where our mind went to in terms of identifying a solution. So dating back to 2022, we had applied originally for a rezone in July. We appeared before the Planning Commission July 7th, 2022. And in our application, we mentioned that, the project was nearing the end of its economic life and we were looking for a redevelopment solution. The way that we approach working with cities is we do so in a spirit of partnership, and that's what we reflected in our application. We want to create an alignment between what our economic parameters are and realities and what the city's goals and objectives are to bring a product that is received well in the community and in the market. As we were going through the approval process, Planning Commission provided a recommendation, a unanimous approval recommending the rezone, as well as staff. And we appeared before the City Council on October 4th, 2022. And there's a YouTube video. If you're interested, there's a link up here. But there's about 45 minutes of conversation regarding the project. And so I went back and just listed out some of the key highlights. And you're welcome to do the same if you haven't already. But I felt like it was important to revisit some of the comments and the rationale behind why City Council voted 3-2 against the project previously, because it really has informed our process over the last 18 months. So starting off with Councilmember Dominguez, she had some concerns about the conversations that we had had with neighbors, concerns about traffic. She wanted to see walkable space on that side of 4800. And also she was concerned about having this be a domino effect for other office buildings in the city. Councilmember Martinez at the time, I think she recognized that the market had really shifted with Class C space, that a lot of GO will be looking to convert due to work from home, and that it seemed like an appropriate adaptive use for the space. Councilmember Richcozy, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but.
Harakasi.
Okay, Harakasi. He was concerned about the established trees in the area and trying to preserve them. And at the time, staff had indicated that as part of the project approvals, that a tree survey would be performed. So that was before the public comment period, and there were two residents that, one was in person, had expressed concern regarding traffic and about requiring traffic studies, which I think is a very valid concern. And the other was an adjacent neighbor, Rob Benedict, and he was of the opinion that the Larson property, which is the R18, could serve as a buffer between the single-family homes and the commercial, and that he would like to see that be maintained as a buffer and count towards the green space for the project, among some other concerns that he listed in that public meeting. After public comment, Councilmember Dominguez recommended a motion to separate out the two parcels from the rezone application, not to approve the R18 for a rezone, but to approve the GO. City attorney recommended that that was not appropriate, considering it would be a motion to change the application. In addition, she wanted to see a tree study to ensure adequate green space and protect the green space and waterway. Council Martinez commented that, again, this property represents, a changing office market condition, and that redeveloping that would be appropriate for housing, and that things would only get worse, which was very prophetic as vacancy increased from 10% to 37% between our two applications. And then Councilmember Richcozy, Harakasi, I'm going to butcher that.
Harakasi. That's okay. I'll help you.
Agreed with Councilmember Martinez, but again, would like to see the R18 property remain as a buffer. So it wasn't approved. There were some key takeaways from that we've worked, I think, earnestly to address. More engagement with the neighbors and broader community. Leave the R18 out of the rezone application. Use it as green space for the GO project. Get a traffic study commissioned, and as well as a tree survey, and look to preserve as many mature trees as we could. So subsequent to that, we met with Councilmember Dominguez. She indicated she would have liked to have seen a higher level of engagement to work to address the concerns of the immediate neighbors. And as we were doing that, she also asked if we could explore alternative uses for the site. And one of those was an assisted living facility, which is permissible under the GO zone. And so starting in 2023, we actively marketed the property to assisted living developers. However, what we learned was that in order to operate an assisted living facility, there's 4 high-paying staff that you need at a minimum, And in order to amortize those costs over a project, you typically need at least 150 units in order to do that. And so what we were looking at was we needed a height variance in order to achieve that unit density. So that led us to submitting a height variance to the city, which was approved. And there's some rationale behind that, primarily associated with the fact that we've got some floodplain on the property, some natural springs that are occurring, as well as topography, a big topography difference between our property and the surrounding properties as well. That would mean that raising that height wouldn't impact the view shed. And that was something that, again, we had approved back in March of 2023, allowing for that height to go up to 35 feet. 35 notices were sent to all property owners within 300 feet of the subject property, and no comments or questions were received. So with that, we wanted to just highlight what we had learned as we'd gone through that process. So the single-family home on the R18 property sits at an elevation of 4,328 feet. I'd say the base elevation of the proposed project is at 4,300 feet at the center of the GO parcel. Along the frontage of 4,800, it's at 4,316 and slopes down. So 35-foot building heights are actually going to be set down much lower. When you think 4,328 at where the R18 is and where similar single-family homes are along the west property line, the new development is going to sit about 28 feet lower. And so a 35-foot height, or in this case with the rezone, 40 feet, you're looking at maybe 12 feet above their base elevation. So very minimal view shed impairment or impact would happen from redeveloping the site when you're looking at the single-family homes that are adjacent to the west of the property. We believe that because of the topography on the site, that the height of the buildings really shouldn't be much of a concern, and I think that's highlighted by the fact that when those notices were sent out, there were no public comments that were received based on that. So fast forward to 2024, we had gone down the path of looking for assisted living development, and there wasn't a market for it, and primarily it was because of site constraints, but also just the interest rate environment. We developed another concept plan that we wanted to share with the neighbors and the community and get feedback from them regarding this proposal. And the site plan had originally contemplated utilizing the R18 property for redevelopment, and comprised of a total of 80 townhome units. And so we also had a tree survey that was conducted as well, showing the impact of the existing trees on the site. A lot of the trees are preserved along the creek, but the trees where those townhomes were going to be sited would have had to have been removed. And that was a major concern with the neighbors to the west. So I want to give you a little bit of optics into our efforts to try and engage with the neighbors and the broader community. On June 21st, we visited the community, we knocked on doors, we tried to get FaceTime with the neighbors within a quarter mile of our site. Some weren't home, those that did were generally supportive of it, but they had some concerns, and we'll highlight those concerns. One was they wanted a decrease in the density. They didn't want a rental product there. They felt like there were enough rental properties in the community that they really wanted for sale ownership opportunities. And the other was to build and preserve a buffer between the development and the surrounding properties. We also mailed out invitations with the red line site plan to residents and invited them to attend a Zoom. And so we did that and sent out mailers to the surrounding neighbors as well. And so this was our Zoom meeting. Again, generally people were supportive of it, but they didn't want a rental product. They were concerned about the removing of the trees along the west property line and traffic concerns along 4800 South. So we wanted to, we'll go through and address those concerns that they brought up as well, but I did want to highlight two things. One is the multifamily product that is immediately across the street from us, 4800 South. If you count up the number of units and the acreage that they have, they would actually fall under an RM22 zone. What we had originally proposed was an RM15 zone on 4 acres, which would result in a base density of 48 units. However, with additional density bonuses, including affordable set-asides, we would have been able to bring that unit count up to 60 units. But that would, again, would have been across all 4 acres. Now, with us carving out that R18 and creating a buffer for our economic parameters, now we have to take the same density and be able to achieve that on 75% of the original acreage. So our rezone went from an RM15 to get approximately 60 units to an RM25 to get 64 units. This would be on 3 acres, preserving the R18 and not having a rezone. And what we're asking for is 4 additional units, basically from the prior application, for us to offset 1.5 years of losses due to increased vacancy at the property. Now, if you take the calculation, you say, okay, well, we actually have 4 acres, right? And we're asking for 64 units. That's only 16 units an acre. Physically, we cannot put more than 64 units on the property because of the topography and the site constraints. The most that we could possibly get there, because we've done a site plan, is 64 units. And again, because of the way that your zoning is structured, it's a very blunt tool. We don't have the ability to say, we're going to rezone 4 acres, but then we're going to push all the density away from the single family. All we can do is say, we'll carve this out, and we won't rezone the R18, and we'll have the density on the GO. So I do want to say, though, that getting back to my point earlier, the property to the south is already at a density of RM22. Our effective density is 16. And this is a proposed site plan. It's not been approved, obviously, or anything, but conceptually, it would involve all of the townhomes being on the GO property, preserving the R18 for green space and visitor parking, essentially. The average unit height for a townhome is you're going to have 9 feet per level. So most townhomes are going to be 27 feet from floor to top ceiling without accounting for roofs. But it'd be very impractical, I think, to have a 40-foot townhome. That's going to be, 13-foot floor heights. That's going to be a very expensive townhome. Getting back to some of the comments and concerns that residents had raised, we feel like we're addressing the desire to preserve the mature trees, have that buffer between our project and the single family. And we also had a traffic study commission that was provided to staff. We also emailed that out to a number of residents as well that had asked for copies of it. So the traffic impact study was performed by a licensed traffic engineer, Reeves and Associates. And the conclusion was that the development will not cause major traffic issues in the area. No traffic-related improvements or design changes were recommended, and that the engineer supported approval of the development. We did this so that we could address the concerns that were raised by residents about the difference between a rezone from GO to RM25, and the traffic engineer had indicated that the infrastructure is more than adequate to support the rezone. Another concern that was raised was a number of power outages in the area and whether our redevelopment would contribute to stressing that infrastructure. By converting the use from office to residential, you'd actually see a decrease in electrical consumption by about 53%. This is based on our run rate at the property as well as our other properties that are rental townhomes. We do have the energy consumption for both. So the infrastructure would see less of a strain by doing a redevelopment. In addition, staff has reviewed the rezone application, engineering, wastewater, water. They all indicated that, yeah, there are some nuances that you have to work out in terms of addressing and mitigating risks, but generally speaking, the infrastructure is more than adequate to support the redevelopment. I won't go into this because Chad already discussed it, but one thing that we were kind of struggling with was how can we address the concerns that the residents had raised about a for rental product and how we can create a mechanism to ensure that it's owner occupied. We've been working on a project in Mill Creek actually, and Mill Creek wanted us to convert some of our for rent to owner occupied. And as part of that, we entered into a development agreement with them and agreed to this language, which restricts 17 of those units to owner occupied with a couple of, some level of flexibility, like if someone was called away from military service for up to 2 years, they'd be able to rent it out. If there was an owner that had a parent or a child or sibling living there, they'd have the ability to do that. But generally, what this is a restrictive covenant that could be recorded on the property that would restrict the use to owner occupied, and that it would be implemented through a CC&R that would be recorded on the property and enforced by the homeowners association. So this is a mechanism that we would be able to record on the property. We have it drafted. We have one of our investors already signed it. We will need our lender to approve it and another investor, but it is a tool that we could use if it is a determining factor in terms of getting a rezone approved, that we could record on the property and allow for and restrict it to owner-occupied use. The conditions for that would be that we would have to have the rezone obviously approved to have 64 townhomes on the property, and we do have existing debt on the property that would have to be paid off. But once those two conditions are met, the restrictive covenant would be enforced. So if this is something that is of interest to you, we could record this on the property, and this could restrict the occupancy for the townhomes to owner occupied. So in summary, the community concerns that we feel like we've addressed is we've met with the neighbors extensively. Jake Bird, who's my colleague here, he's met in the homes of the neighbors, has discussed the project with them, has discussed the buffer, the mature trees, and we feel like we've been able to reach a very workable solution with the immediately adjacent neighbors to the property. And we've conducted the traffic study to understand what those impacts are. That's been provided to the city, and anyone that would like it, we can send that on as well. We've conducted the tree survey to preserve mature trees. We can provide for owner-occupied product instead of more rentals. We've ensured that the existing infrastructure is adequate, and we've also addressed the building height concerns. We've done this, and I think in real earnest to really try and bring a product that aligns with the community's goals and objectives, and also can meet our economic parameters. Now, I will say that we do have some type of information asymmetry where we've been able to talk to the residents, we've been able to talk to staff, but we haven't been able to engage directly with many of you. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was just, see what you've said about what you've envisioned for the city, and when talking about housing and density. So some of the information that we found kind of on your websites, we felt like really aligned with what we were trying to propose with this project, including, making it owner occupied. That, infrastructure needs to be a careful consideration when you're talking about density. That listening with meeting with the residents and listening to what they have to say and incorporating those comments into the project are all things that we've worked on, again, in earnest, and we feel like we've been able to address those concerns and bring a project that, is a compromise solution with the residents and with what I think what we can tell anyway, your goals and objectives might be. So with that, I will say that, we are in an unprecedented housing crisis, and it has gotten the attention of a lot of elected officials, people at the state. We really have a dearth of what's called missing middle housing, which is not your typical single-family detached, and it's not apartments. It's product that's in between. There are things like starter homes. Townhomes are a really great initial entry into a owner-occupied product, as well as those that are looking to downsize. But there is a dearth of this product in the market, and we feel like there's market support for this product. And also, we have a functionally obsolete office park. It needs to be redeveloped. We're open to any solution that might be out there, but we feel like this is one that has the support of the immediately adjacent neighbors and aligns with goals and objectives of the community. I will turn the time over to my colleague, Mark Shepard. Mark and I worked on a project together for about 3 years in Clearfield. And just talking about, alignment with goals and objectives, and he can speak a little bit more to what our relationship has evolved to in the city of Clearfield. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, council, it is weird for me to sit on this side of the dais. I'm just telling you. I got to meet with Lotus years ago. As we took over a piece of property in the city, it was I will tell you, it was the drug capital. That one parcel was the drug capital of Davis and Weber counties. It was known by every single police officer by address. If you asked any one of them where 442 South State was, not just my officers, every highway patrol officer, every Weber County Sheriff's officer, everybody knew that address. And we took it over. Had to move out 50 residents at that point. Out of 200 mobile homes. That tells you how bad it was. There were only 50 that were somewhat habitable. That'd be a stretch of the word. But my commitment was to create a product there in the center of our downtown that would be what our residents would want. We interviewed multiple developers. It was a hot property. Just being able to buy a mobile home park was a big deal. And instead of doing that, I got with my council and we purchased it. And then we sought out a partner. And that partner was Lotus, and they set themselves apart very differently. We have built, I interviewed with Channel 4 today, and as he was talking to me, he brought out that we, over the last 5 years, have entitled, permitted, or built over 4,000 residential units in Clearfield. This is a city that was considered to be pretty much built out. Most of our growth has gone vertical. We put a minimum height, not a maximum height, on the density in our downtown. But I made a commitment to our residents that it wouldn't go outside of our corridor. That's hard to do. With that, we've seen, I will tell you, good developers, and we've seen the opposite. I've had developers that lied to me. I've had developers give me a nice song and dance and tell me things that I wanted to hear. And then we met with Lotus, and Lotus was a very different developer. And I'd love to tell you what it was that sparked with us. But there was a connection, and it was a connection because they wanted what we wanted. They wanted a product that we wanted. They wanted to create what it was that we wanted. We put a lot on them to be able to do this. Things that we hadn't done with most of the developers, and we did it because we owned the property. And we could say, well, we want this out of it. You build the infrastructure. You build the road. It was a 20-foot drop-off from State Street down on this property, which they had to deal with. And how do you adjust those things? They built a half-acre park on this property that was turned over to the city as well. They wanted what we wanted, and they proved themselves to truly be partners in a product. And they have created, out of what we have out there now, I will tell you without any misspeaking whatsoever and no sugarcoating it, hands down the finest project that we have in the city. Now, I'm going to tell you that It's also a low-income housing tax credit project. So the finest product that we have that surpasses all of our market-level apartments and all of our market-level housing that we have built has been built on low-income housing tax credits. It meant that much to them to have people be able to afford somewhere with dignity. And it's a beautiful, it's a net zero project, so it takes care of its own energy. It's a fantastic product that we've been able to show off. We've got the National League of Cities coming out next week to look at it, to show off what we've been able to do in Clearfield and how that worked. And so I'm not here as an employee of Lotus. I'm here to just give you my opinion of working with a company. Like I say, I sit on a regular basis on your side of the dais, and it is, I question every developer that comes in, because I have comparisons for both sides now, and if you don't meet this one, then you're not doing anything in my city, and nobody does this better than Lotus. And so for that reason, I recommend to you that they will do what they've told you they'll do. They've never done anything. In fact, they've gone up and above what we asked them to do and what they'd even committed to do. And they've dealt with it all. So just as a mayor, council, a former council member, just a recommendation and a trust that you're dealing with a very good company. So, thank you.
Thank you. Because this is a public hearing, I am going to open it to the public for any comments. You have 3 minutes, and please make sure that you get with Patty to fill out the form and state your name and your address. The public comment is now open. Push the button.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
It's usually on when I get here. Hi, I'm Clark Bowen, District 3. I like the plan for this being owner occupied and the plan that they have for the idea of the develop agreement enforced by an HOA that requires owner occupancy. I think that's a really cool idea and probably something we might want to explore, maybe on this property. So maybe they won me over with that. I'm glad I got to hear that. And I feel for them. Their current business model isn't working for office space. But my question is it still a viable commercial property in maybe a different form? And would it possibly be a candidate for a mixed-use zone if we had a lower mixed-use zone where we had ground floor commercial and residential above that, especially since it's a property that's currently known as a commercial property with offices, might make sense for a mixed-use zone. If we had a lower density mixed-use zone, because I think our lowest one goes to 30 units per acre. A resident asked me to read their comment. They couldn't make it tonight. They said, "We need live-work spaces for local business owners that can create a community of longevity for both residents and businesses by letting at least some of the units serve this purpose." I'm the person, Clark Bowen, who made the comment last time about traffic on 4800 South. I think you made a good point. Traffic has just gotten worse. If you talk to the people along 4800 South, they'll tell you it's a death trap. They say if they have kids, I hope we don't have to wait for a really horrific accident on 4800 South to do something about the traffic on that, to calm the traffic. I know Lotus can't do anything about that, but anytime you add density, that's the question. And the earlier meeting, we talked about Block 1, which is on 4800 South, adding another 150 units. So I think we do need to address that. I'd like to see that before any more density is allowed, but if we just put that in mind to do if this project is approved. I also worry about how close it is to Van Winkle on rush hour, people getting in and out of there and coming off of Van Winkle and from the project, and just having a congestion from people coming from a very fast road of Van Winkle. So I don't know when the traffic study was done, if it was done during those hours, like in the morning, people trying to get to work. I worry about the traffic there. And, you know, talking about amenities, the presenter from Lotus, the Royce was built recently, that with the old Kmart's, 421 units, 294 with the Miller Estates. And the Block 150. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, so my name's Maren Christensen, and we actually own the property that's directly adjacent. So we are that property at 815 East, 4000 South. That's the property that my family owns. Like, that's the little cutout in the plan.
Oh, got it.
And so I guess I'm actually a little confused at this point because we weren't part of that red line zone that I just saw, so I actually have had no information about this, like, updates. I know my mom spoke before she died. She spoke in 2022 at that hearing, and I do have ongoing traffic concerns. I lived at that property. It is a death trap. It is so hard to see beyond that curve. I 100% agree with that. I've seen traffic accidents, so that's my ongoing concern with this too. And just like I said, I feel like we didn't get talked to. Like this is like the first I'm hearing about this new zoning, so I'm just like, I don't feel like we've been, like the communication with neighbors has been there because this is the first time hearing that they were gonna redo it. But yeah, just my concerns are traffic, density. Again, I also have traffic concerns with just the backup on traffic on Van Winkle because that already, even like the traffic going to get on 900 East can kind of back up. So I just have concerns both ways. But again, I just feel like there was not a lot of communication. So I just have ongoing concerns about our property being kind of sandwiched, like right up against some housing and the trees that are going to be removed. I saw the second half where there's trees that are remaining, but I'm just concerned about that impact to the property.
Thank you. Could you state your name again? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I was talking really fast. It's Maren Christensen. Maren, M-A-R-E.
Maren.
It's the 4800 South LLC is who I'm a member of.
Yep,
So,
Maren
thank you.
Christensen.
Yeah, Maren, you got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing there is no other citizen comments, I will now close the public hearing, and I will ask if the council has any questions for Chad or Lotus.
Chad, I have a couple questions.
Switch my computer out with yours real quick. Thank you. I'm going to throw up the zoning map so we can see the property up there on the screen really quick for the council and the public. Yes, sir.
All right. I'm glad you put up the map because my question is about the map. That's my first one. Well, we'll start with the easy one. Have we had a discussion about a development agreement? Has the applicant discussed or negotiated a development agreement with us about this property?
That zoning map didn't want to stay for, let me try that one more time. I'm not aware of any discussions of a development agreement that may have occurred early on. That may have been before I got involved with this project. Development agreements, it's a great question. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to show me what to do here. Oh, thank you. So, development agreements, certainly are a tool that are authorized by state law. Typically, they have their own pros and cons, of course. They're very well suited for larger, complicated projects that have a number of different land uses. Very, very well suited for projects that have public funding involved. Any kind of public-private partnership, a development agreement is very, very key there. Again, if it's a large project that has common amenities, those kind of things that, those development agreements are important. Certainly a development agreement can be proposed. I would say if the council desired a development agreement, then I would recommend that we have a lot more detail about the project up front, rather than just a development agreement that's tailored only towards ownership type. I think it's important that if the council does feel strongly that a certain development should go in and have some parameters that are identified in a development agreement, we should have a little more of the details fleshed out on exactly what that development's going to look like. With the regular zone change, of course, we don't get into the project details. The applicant's given quite a bit of flexibility within that zoning district to build whatever the zoning district allows. So that of course is an advantage. They that they can build whatever the zone district allows. We have heard from the applicant that they have a strong commitment to a certain ownership type. However, if there was to be any type of a restriction, I would say it would need to be through a development agreement and not just through a private covenant or restriction there.
Can I speak to that too? So
Yeah.
there was a meeting before Chad got here where we spoke with Lotus, and they proposed a development agreement. And I believe it was the mayor and Doug and myself, and I don't remember who else was in there, probably Phil Markham, but I don't recall exactly this time. And we considered that and had a discussion among ourselves, and the consensus was we didn't want to start going down that road with developments that were tricky, because then you do it for everyone that comes through. And so there was that conversation. So what they proposed here tonight is not a development agreement, but to put this in their CC&Rs and to record that, which is about the next best thing you could do.
Without a development agreement, there's nothing that ties them to that if
Well,
the lot's sold.
No, the CC&Rs would tie them to that. And
Okay.
the only real caveat is the enforcement will come down to how aggressive their HOA is. Right, that's in every HOA, depends on how aggressive your HOA is. So, but having said that, this is something that most developers just don't do. I haven't seen someone go to this length to try to satisfy the concerns of a council. So, yeah.
Thanks for the clarification. Okay, second question. I'm a little confused about what exactly, like what plots were rezoning and which ones were not. Like, there was a lot of discussion about carving out this R18 zone on the west. And so is that gonna be part of this? Like, what part has been carved out, or is it all going RM25? Is there a portion that they own that's still saying R18? Can you walk me through the map, because I'm a little confused.
You bet. So the area that's shown in blue, that geo zone, really excluding this portion that I'm showing there with the cursor, that's owned by Salt Lake City, as was indicated before. The two properties that are owned by Lotus are this geo property and this R18 property. The only property that's being considered for a zone change is the geo property. So that R18 property has not been, in this application, has not been proposed for a zone change.
Okay. And what about that other southern plot?
This one?
Yeah.
I believe that's the property that our member from the
Yes.
public was just talking about. They own that property.
Okay, that's who owns that. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask a question here, Chad. So as I look at their slide 18 on there, where it shows the RM15 versus the RM25, and help me understand this a little better. They seem to be saying that if they were to somehow be able to join that long strip with the GO, then the effective building density is going to be 16 units per acre. But because they have to separate that to keep it RM18, then it's going to be a high-density project. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
So I think that slide, and we could bring it back up. The slide, I think, was showing the kind of the difference between today's proposal and yesterday's proposal, right? So we had originally the entire 3 point some odd acres, which include that R18 piece that we're talking
Yeah.
about. That was included in the original proposal. What they were saying was if you were to achieve the highest densities, which would require essentially affordable housing components, some design standards that are higher, that you could get to that 60 units per acre. What they were showing was that with their current proposal, they believed that they could only get 64 based on the constraints of the property. So they were saying that the previous proposal gets you to 60. What they were essentially going to be able to get with this project with the property constraints and with the zoning was about 64.
Yeah.
So a four unit difference. Now, that being said, again, if, short of having some type of development agreement that holds them to 64, they can, if someone could come and design a project that could meet our density bonus criteria, they could conceivably achieve a density bonus there as well. I think based on the topography, that I agree with them that would be difficult to achieve, but it is not impossible. That could be something that someone could propose.
Okay, thank you.
Chad, would you say that again?
Yeah, just to say that the way our Murray's zoning is fairly unique. We have a base density that's generally 3 units to the acre less than what the highest density that could be achieved. So in the case of an RM25 zone, the highest density you can get without the bonus density is 22 units to the acre. In order to achieve 25 units to the acre, the RM25, certain things have to be done. There have affordable housing component has to be included. There has to be additional design elements incorporated into the development. Those might be materials that are used, the style of the homes that are being proposed. So in order for them to get to that highest density, they have to include those components. So going back to that slide now, under the original proposal, what they've proposed tonight is that they could have, had they, gone through all those processes to get the additional density bonus, they could have potentially achieved 60 units to the acre if they included that R18 parcel. Without the R18 parcel, they're indicating that the base density would allow up to 64 units, that's just the arithmetic there. It's about 3 acres multiplied by the 22 units to the acre. So that gets them to that 64 units. What they're saying is that that's fairly comparable to what they could have achieved with that density bonus calculation under the previous zone proposal of RM15.
Thank you. And what's being considered here is a zoning change, not what can be developed or not.
That's right, yep.
What's being proposed to be developed, but the zoning change, and if that's appropriate for what we're looking at, for the piece of property that we're looking at. Okay?
Yeah.
I also have a question of the council member that represents this area. My understanding is you talked with some of the neighbors.
Yes, I
And
have.
what did you find out?
Yeah, so, nice segue, thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't catch your name at the very beginning, sir. What was it? Adam? Hey, I want to thank you, first of all, for contacting all the residents. As I was I not?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
you're
sorry.
back here.
With the exception of Ms. Christensen, I did try stopping by your house, but you weren't home. But that's okay. With the exception of her, communication's been great. They're all for what you propose. And I stress that word very harshly. But I do have a couple questions. So that 787 property, 787 East, it's now a rental? Okay, is that staying that way? Because some of the neighbors have expressed concerns with that. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, please come up.
So the deed restriction would apply to the R18 property as well as the GO property. They would have to be owner-occupied homes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But I do want to elaborate a little bit on the public comments that were made, since I didn't have a chance at a rebuttal, if that's okay.
Yeah.
We have had discussions with Marion Christensen about purchasing her property, and we could not come to terms with her.
Okay.
Throughout that process, we have told her that we were pursuing a rezone for this property, and that as a condition of purchasing her property, it would have to be tied to a rezone as well. And we just weren't able to come to terms. So she was aware that this project has been in the works. She has been aware that we are and have been pursuing a rezone for the property. And we have engaged in conversations with her, but we were not able to come to terms. And getting back to Councilmember Pickett, your question about the density. So the way that we view this project is we have 4 acres, right? We purchased 4 acres, but we're preserving 1 acre as a buffer, right? So 64 units divided by 4 is 16 units an acre. And that's the way that we view the density on this property. Your zoning code, again, it's a very blunt tool. If this was a development agreement, we'd be able to massage things and talk about where different project, where the density goes across 4 acres. But we only have the ability to do a rezone. And so by pulling out the R18 and just rezoning the 3 acres for 64 units, the blended density is going to be 16 units an acre.
Okay, and I looked at that 1 acre that's gonna become that, I do believe that's where the spring is on that 1 acre?
There are actually springs all along
Okay.
the creek. They're actually,
Yeah.
I don't believe that's actually a spring on the R18. That's being, from what we understand from the hydrology, that's being fed actually from stormwater.
Oh, really?
From-
Because it was all marsh. when I
From the
walked back there.
Alicia Parkway, and that was a man-made pond that the prior owner had excavated and had made as an amenity. But the reason why Spring Pines is called Spring Pines is because we actually have springs along the creek that if you walk along the creek, you can actually see it bubbling up
Okay,
next to it. That's the hydrology. And
Right.
one of the challenges is that you've got foundations
right.
built without the appropriate mitigating infrastructure for those springs.
Okay. So why, this started out as RM15, because of the size. Why didn't we, or what kind of steered you away from like a mixed-use kind of scenario?
Well, for one, we had approached staff back in 2022 about a VMU zone. We were an acre short, so we had 2.93 acres. That was actually one of the reasons why we pursued the R18, was because it allowed us to get to 3.93 acres. But the feedback that we had received was that City Council wanted to focus mixed use on certain nodes, and that this was not one of those nodes for a mixed-use site. So we hadn't pursued it since that time. But one of the reasons why we had acquired the R18 was to get closer to the 4-acre requirement for your VMU zone. But I will say, that was 2022. We've seen occupancy decline substantially since that time. We've gone from 10% down to 37%. A mixed-use product here, I don't feel is going to be successful because you don't have the visibility off of Van Winkle.
Okay.
And you also, I would just add to that, you don't have the footfall. I mean, for mixed use to be successful, you need density. So they're two opposing forces, right? If you don't want density, you can't have mixed use because you don't have the footfall to support retail.
I understand. And so the one diagram I saw of the complex had the driveways leading out to 4,800. Is there an access road that's going to kind of parallel 4,800? It wasn't a really great diagram, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, let me pull that up real
Is
quick.
there going to be like one in and one out? Yeah, I can't see it from that. It's too small. Page 2015? Slide 15. He might actually have a better picture than Chad. Because a lot of residents have expressed some concern about the traffic. Not only people coming out, but people trying to get out of their driveways and such. And, like Clark said, people do go a little fast on that stretch.
Sorry, my computer just stopped cooperating. Let's see, here we go. Okay, so.
It's okay, take your time.
It's a very relaxing picture.
Slide 19?
It was
15.
15.
15.
15.
So this was the prior site plan that was contemplated when we were using the R18 and having towns.
Oh,
So it would just be the existing curb cut that you see there.
Can you
Well, it's
hold
not-
on 1 second so our IT guy can bring it up for us to see on our computers here? Thanks.
to the rescue again. On page 19. Yeah, I can't see.
So this would be the most recent one, moving all the density over to the GO. So it would just be this, the existing curb cut here on 4800
Okay.
South. Yeah. Now, we had talked and discussed, if there are traffic calming mechanisms that we could use to help facilitate that, but it wasn't appropriate for the scope of a rezone application. It's something that would be done. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that. So we had talked with staff about, what traffic calming measures could be implemented for 4800. Obviously, these are going to be residents that we want to feel safe as well. But it wasn't something that was appropriate for the scope of a rezone application because it's very binary, right? It's just a rezone. But there are mechanisms that you could do to calm the traffic on 4800.
Okay.
But it would just be part of your site plan approval process with your city public works and engineer.
Right, okay.
I mean, one of the things that was discussed was just a right in, right out, right, with a hard median so that you're not having queuing for left turns going northbound on 4800 South.
Exactly.
Yeah, but again, that would be something that would be explored as part of the site plan process.
Okay.
Can you come up to the microphone so we can hear you?
The garages, all the garages are rear loaded as well. So there won't be any garages facing 4800 South. They'll all be internal to the development.
Okay, they're on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was our attempt at doing sidewalks and patios along 4800 South. Those aren't driveways.
Okay. So last, not really a question so much as we're all excited about the prospect of home ownership. I mean, that is everybody's dream. Especially right down the road, you've got houses going in for 1.5 mil. Who can afford that?
Right.
So we get it. But as I keep being reminded over and over again, this needs to fit. And it's not necessarily your plan or whoever's plan. Whatever goes in there, it needs to fit. So that's what we're trying to figure out. We appreciate the communication and how hard you've worked, obviously, on this, and probably, harder than anywhere else. But, I mean, it needs to fit. It needs to make sense with what we're trying to do in Murray. And the residents are happy with what you've proposed. But we need to make sure it just fits. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just ask, one thing, if owner occupied is the primary consideration, I mean, I could ask your, city attorney if there's a mechanism whereby, you could approve the rezone subject to the recordation of the deed restriction, or some mechanism along those lines so that, you can ensure that there is that owner occupied restriction on the property. I believe you can rezone with conditional approval.
At this point, just be your word. It wouldn't be, we don't typically do those conditions.
You don't do that?
No.
No, okay. We could also table it and record the deed restriction and come back.
But right now, we are just voting on let me get my paperwork, a zone change, and that's all we're doing right now is an ordinance relating to the land use amends the general plan from office to high density. Residential amends the zoning map from GO to R-M25. Multi-family high-density residential for this piece of property, and that's what we're voting on tonight. So, are we ready to entertain a motion? Is there any other questions from the council members? You have no more questions? Okay, then I will entertain a motion on the ordinance relating to land use amends the general plan from office to high density residential and amends the zoning map from G-O, general office,
to R-M-25 multi-family high-density residential for the property located at 825-865 East, 4800 South. Yeah, yep. Go ahead, I will take a motion.
I make a motion to consider an ordinance.
To approve.
A motion to approve. The ordinance relating to land use amends the general plan from office to high-density residential and amends the zoning map from GO, general office, to RM25, multifamily high-density residential for the property located at 825 to 865 East, 4800 South, Murray City.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilman Goodman. I have a second from,
Point of order. Did-
sorry.
Did you close the public meeting?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah. You did hear me say I closed, okay, the majority wins. Okay, let me go back. Okay, so I have as a motion made by Councilmember Goodman, and I have a second by,
I will second. I want to see this come to a vote.
okay, I have a second by Councilmember Paul Pickett. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Okay, there's no further discussion, then I will ask Brooke, will you call the vote?
Mr. Goodman,
Aye.
Ms. Turner,
Aye.
Mr. Hawk,
That's a tough one. Yeah, there's a lot that I don't like about this. I don't know if I love an RM25 in this area. I wish there's a lot in an RM15 that feels a lot better in this. Ideally, I'd like the VMU zone, but I think their arguments are right that without the frontage, it'd be problematic. Commercial space, C space is not, or commercial, C grade isn't working. So there's a lot that isn't working here and a lot that I don't like about this project or about this zone here. But I'm not sure it's gonna get any better. So I'm an aye.
Mr. Pickett,
I walked in here straight negative on this one, but I'm with Adam. There's a lot of things I don't like about this, but I don't see what else we can do down here in this land. And I do like the buffer space giving us, in essence, a medium density. Because of that, I'll say yay.
and Ms. Cotter.
Nay. So the vote is 4 ayes and 1 nay. So the ordinance relating to the land use amends the general plan from office to high-density residential and amends the zoning map from G-O general office to R-M25 multifamily high-density residential for the property located at 825-865 East 4800 South has passed. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, and I thought I was done. We have no business items tonight, so we are going to turn some time over to the mayor for reports and for questions. Mayor Hales.
Thank you, Pam. We have a couple things, and are you okay if I invite Joey to come up and tell a couple of things about a fire?
Yeah,
Are you
I,
okay with that?
yeah.
I think we've had enough of Joey tonight. I'm just kidding. Come on up.
What if I
Come on
promise?
up, Joey.
What if I promise he'll take 2 minutes? Joey, come on up. But you got to raise your arm. And he has about a grant that they received, a little tiny grant. But anyway, go ahead. I want you to just tell a little bit about the fire. And I went and visited the neighborhood, just west of Adam. And I went and visited the neighborhood, and they were really, really impressed.
Yeah, you're talking about the fire that we had just the other night.
Yeah.
Yep, on that. So our guys responded out, just first alarm assignment, which is 3 engines and ladder. And our guys made a stop. It was in the carport area and then started going up into the attic. They actually stopped it before it got into the house itself. And then on that stop, they did have to pull down the ceiling to verify any extension and stuff, which then unallows the folks to occupy the house. But it was something that I was excited to see. Anytime we can stop a fire from the outside going in to actually affect any of the occupants, and no injuries. And so everybody was, evacuated safely, and that was that. 45 seconds? Okay. And then my next part would be our EMS grant. We're always excited to get our EMS grant. They did extend it to, I didn't bring my phone up here, but it's 5,600 and something. It's an extra $1,500 we got for the city for our EMS equipment. Oftentimes this buys our ADs throughout the city that we utilize, and so we're grateful to have that and thankful to announce that. So thanks, Mayor, for saying that. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Council.
Again, tell I've already mentioned that to you, but let your employees know how much they're appreciative. And like I said, the neighbors, they woke up the Richens at 1:30 in the morning.
I should have said, please come to the gala.
Yeah.
Or the appreciation.
Oh, I'll say that. Friday, do you know about the banquet, whatever? Thank you, Jennifer, yes, thank you. Yes, they know that means they don't want to go. But anyway, I'm just kidding. Are you going? A lot of food. Anyway, we look forward to that on Friday. But that's all I have.
Okay, any questions for the mayor? If we have no questions for the mayor, then I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for being here until, a little bit after 8. Thank you, good night.